Hello everyone and welcome to Little Squid League 19. I'm Cork and I'm joined here by Nox.
Hello! Up first we have Objectively Wacky Octopods and Boston Squid Party.
And the Uwo and Uwu return, now in Little Squid League instead of in Low Ink. What else is new? And I appreciate Boston Squid Party's logo very much.
What's really cool to see is that this is Boston Squid Party's LSL debut, which is always such an exciting time for a team. It's oftentimes their first tournament, and it's such a cool thing to just see teams get to come out here and have a great first experience.
Yeah, hopefully they do have a good first run. And it's like, imagine your first match, first of this tournament, and you're on stream. That's a lot of pressure, and I hope they can perform under that.
Yeah. Well, and we're opening here on Clamblitz Reef, which is an interesting map. You have to really pay attention to that car area.
Yeah, car's gonna be a lot important. Also the bridges, because that's the main path of trying to get to and fro to your opponent's basket or your basket. I think if it's the techie, I think it is on OWO. They're going to be playing Squiffer, which I think could help them a lot controlling bridge, depending on what Boston Party is playing range-wise.
Absolutely. Squiffer is such a unique weapon that can serve people so well in the right hands.
Yes, and we apologize, the wrong team is showing up on... Instead of Boston Squid Party, it should be the Squid Insurgents, who are... The Boston Squid Party is actually we're going to be seeing them round 3, if I'm correct. So, the OWO's opponent this time will be the Squid Insurgents. Apologies for the confusion.
And we are seeing double missiles out of...
Both teams, I think. No, I can't. Yeah, out of
both teams, and you don't
actually,
see the
none of both
Nouveau very often. That's exciting.
That is actually only one missile out of OWO. That's going to be the Mark II Squiffer, which is, I think, Burst Bomb and then Mist, which is going to be a really effective combo here, especially in Clemens being slow. When slow your opponents down, the double missile... The Squid Insurgents is running pretty close to the meta, just with maybe more often missile weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see the rush.
And no armor, too. It's always interesting to see, especially for Clamblitz.
Yeah, so we're going to see OWO taking early map control. They're going to be in a good position to start pushing up here. Techie is playing Bamboo instead of Squiff, but I think that's a good pick here, especially like I mentioned with the Mist.
Down on OWO.
Yeah, they're going to go 2 down. The Squid Insurgents is going to have a chance to push back here, but they've got to win this fight right here to have a chance to break in. It doesn't look like they will. Oh, they will.
But they do manage to stay up for a while and really control that space for a good while, like 52 is so great at doing.
Yeah, and Sweet's going to be looking for Beck, finds one. They've got an opening to push, they've got Bomb Rush, they've got the bubbles, but they're going to lose a member of the process. 3v3, I think they could break through, but now they only have one special. Getting another pick, that's going to be critical. Missiles coming out, and
using the bubbles
going to be...
in, trying to get this clam in, and going for both. But their bubbles get shredded while they go pick up the other power.
And they still can't get in. The members of the Squid Insurgents are doing a really good job pulling out the walls, using the brush. They'll miss one clam, and they'll miss 2 clams! That's gonna hurt. That could have been a 40 push. But now those 2 clams are just gonna die up there. They had
not missed those 2 clams. This map is notoriously brutal for getting those clams in. You even sometimes will see DivX teams just miss those throws. A nice bomb pick there from the Squeezer.
Yeah, it's probably one of the worst places besides, at least in my opinion, Humpback, trying to throw clams there. Yeah. It's always a little higher, the angle's a little bit different than you think. Now the Squid
Insurgents, and if you miss it, it's fully gone, unlike on other maps. Yeah.
The Squid Insurgents has a good chance to get back in here. They need to find the picks, but at least they took far less damage in that first push than they really should have.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they can't seem to find the picks,
a little bit too early there, not waiting on their team specials to move in, something Splash really needs to rely on. It doesn't have a great way in on its own.
Yes, and we got the Squeezer pick one off, leading the pack with 9 KA. OWO is in a really good position to hopefully get a bit bigger of a push now, because 77 is not a push you want to be trying to win on.
They have 23 clams. They can do a lot here as long and they've... well, that's unfortunate.
There.
But they can still make a good push out of this. They're going to get below 60. They get below 60, which is really what you want out of a good clams push early game. below 60 gives you enough space for them to get 2 powers in. Always nice to have. They do manage to get it all the way down to 32. Squid Insurgence doing a smart thing there and grabbing that pity even though they get rushed for it, because that way the other pity can at least spawn in, and it gives them a chance at having to. And the Squeezers just having a field day.
Yeah, look at them. 18k, they are going off right now and just holding off the entire team on their own, getting ready to pop their bubbles. If they get some more clams, they could set it for KO, but right now they don't have enough clams to match all the aggression they're putting out.
But Squid Insurgents also can't get out of their spawn because of the Squeezer, who finally gets traded out by the Zap there. Not the Zap, the something there. It looks like Squid Insurgents is going to try and push here through this mist. Probably won't be able to. They get shredded. Yeah. A thing that people oftentimes don't think about with Bamboo is it can just shred just about any Booyah that looks its way. And they do manage to get a single clam in, but it's not gonna amount to much.
Yeah, that brush, that's the quintessential, you're playing brush and clam fits strat. You just kind of use the dash to rush up to the basket, dunk clam in, and hope something happens. But in this case, they were on their own. They just want to get points on the board, probably. But that only ended up giving Owo a clam. We've got a DC, but Owo was... this game is going to stand.
It's too far into the match.
Honestly, there's only 30 seconds.
They probably still have this.
It's a 3v4. They've got so much of a lead, they can hold it, yeah.
Yeah, they just need to play solid defense. They need to not get over aggressive here. They need to make sure they get their specials and play smart, because they are missing an armor, which is a rough thing to miss. Bamboo manages to get a great pick there on the 52, always a weapon you want out of the way. Prevents them from taking up a lot of space. Really great use of mist by this Bamboo. Something we haven't pointed out yet, but the mist on the Bamboo here is going to do a great job of stalling the other team in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and it's going to be especially helpful against that 52 and the brush. Mm-hmm. The brush will get slowed down when trying to rush in, unless you like check in the brush more. Yeah, because that's, as people discussed, wall is going to be. Yeah. And they'll win the game with a KO for a 3v4.
Good job there on defense at the end there from Owo, winning that with a 3v4 at the very end. And great pushes before that with the Squeezer just getting triples out of nowhere.
Yes, Squeezer... They did have an advantage against all the weapons of...
Absolutely.
The Squid Insurgents, range-wise.
Squeezer also notoriously just can do that. Like, if you're good at Squeezer, it's a nearly unstoppable weapon.
The other issue was that, in general, the Squid Insurgents lacked range, and they didn't have many lethal bombs either. So they couldn't just keep throwing, say, suction bombs, or... They had a suction bomb and a burst bomb, so they could try to, but they didn't have the bomb pressure to really force out the longer range weapons so well.
Their missile weapons also weren't focusing missile very much, which would have been a great way to apply a lot of pressure to that Squeezer and Bamboo, but hard to get in without missiles for a lot of weapons at this point.
Yeah. And I'm betting that brush was getting played for the missiles rather than its sub, because we didn't...
Not a single beacon,
see any beacons go up.
Yeah.
So either Owo was doing a great job. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we've got TC Ancho. A lot of people enjoy TC Ancho a lot. It's a pretty straightforward map. There's nothing too complicated about it. You're not going to get flanked a lot on it because you have to go all the way through a pretty extreme path to get there.
Yeah, and I think Owo's really going to be happy about this one, because another map where their range is going to work a lot to their advantage, with the Squid Insurgents is going to... If they have any players that can bring out something a bit longer ranged, a pro...
A bucket would be great here.
That too. Yeah, bucket. Either something that can get deal with the ledges, or something with a bit more range to counter Owo. Because with their current comp, they're just going to get picked off from distance.
Keishin might work pretty well against Owo.
Yeah.
Because the Fizzies allow them to put pressure on the Bamboo and Squeezer without having to really go in. If they manage to get some chip on them with that, they can finish them off with a single shot while being underneath them.
Yeah, that would definitely be a headache, because, as you said, that and their weapons, besides the Zap, aren't terribly mobile.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll be able to get pressured by weapons like that, though the Squid Insurgents... I feel like either they're going to stick with a similar comp, or we're going to see something wackily different.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised. Yeah, because you get the people who play one weapon, they play it, that's what they do, or you get the people who play like 10 different weapons, and looks like we're going to see the form where we've got an L3 and a Kunder coming out.
Oh,
I'm really happy to see this.
I have a personal love of Kunder. I think it's such a neat weapon. I think it has so much more potential than people give it credit for.
What about
It's so
Sunder,
useful
though?
in team fights. Sunder's fun. I think vanilla undercover can be a little more viable than it is one of my very hot takes.
Yes. I mean, the well-known meme Kraken Mayor would probably agree with you, but yeah, we've got Owo taking an early
And
stand.
that was a beautiful shot there from the Squiffer onto the L3. They've managed to just go ahead and start pushing up here. Zap's on tower, as the Zap always is.
You wouldn't really want any of the other weapons on tower, especially.
No, you wouldn't. You
in a
wouldn't.
position
It's
like
just
that.
always. Nice
And those are
missiles there.
some incredibly risky missiles. That Booyah Bomb player turned around, that would have been deadly.
It would have been, but they didn't. And we do see the L3 and K-Shot just kind of rushing. Well, not the L3 just rushing. The K-Shot just kind of rushing in on their own. The L3 was sharking, gets called out. And it's just a very free push right now for OO. They're just able to walk up right now. They have they have specials ready. They've been getting missiles constantly out. They're really just using their specials to shut down Squid Insurgence. And this is probably just going to be 100-0 KO. Yeah.
What's probably most notable about both games, and probably one of the things that's most hurting Squid Insurgents, is they've been playing very much on their own. They haven't
Yeah.
been pairing up or anything, so they just
Yeah.
get picked off, especially with the weapons OO's running.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with all that range, you really can't just go in. You really have to rely on your teammates to allow you a little bit more space. You need somebody to help you paint your feet as you get heavily pressured from more range than you have.
I did really like their comp there because they had some range. They had an Inkjet, the L3. They had
Yeah.
a Conjure that can just kind of sit on tower better than really, in my
And help
opinion, any
with-
other support weapon.
And help with tower, help with team fights a ton when they're not on tower.
I think like having a free shield to duck behind whenever you need it.
Absolutely. And also, like, if you let the Kundra get assists, their shield just instantly comes back. It offers them so much. It offers, like, it's not that it's a great shield. If they would, Kundra has so much potential. It's not quite allowed.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to make my return for my comp hiatus, pull out and main Kunder. Got it.
Yeah, I'm for sure the best person to listen to about Kundra. Absolutely. Up
I mean, it
next we
seems
have
an
Zone.
informed take.
I
So-
I think it's neat. Next up we have Zones on Starfish main stage, a very fun map where you have to be extremely ready for flanks at any given moment, especially in low level, where teams will just kind of try it, and if you're not ready, you're gonna get picked off.
Every time I've played this map on any mode, I just take that from your perspective, the right flank, and it works like half the time.
If you put
Especially
a heavy
against
on that,
Hotling.
I was about to say it's me and my teammate have a joke of calling it the Kaji flank because Kaji used to do it all the time on Starfish.
And OO's not heavy, but the whole mini, and that's going to be as much of a headache just sitting up there,
Yeah,
wearing
absolutely.
its face.
And it is
And we've
Bamboo
got
Mark 3 coming out.
And a huge adjustment by the
They
Squid
have
Insurgents,
range
pulling out
now.
a lot of
They
range
have
now.
so much range now. They were like, okay, you've been outranging us? We'll do it now. And Blob's going to be very annoying to deal with on this map because they can sit in that spot right there, paint the entire zone, farm their specials, and just keep pressure.
And I think if the Jet decides to missile spam, this is going to be quite the headache for OO. And we've got the missile spam
Absolutely,
coming
and
in,
they go
and they're
two
gonna go
down.
huge advantage. This is the first big advantage we're seeing for the Squid Insurgents. And it's a double bubble comp on the side of OO, which is going to be another
A
huge
nightmare for
headache
this
for them.
zone. Absolutely. On this zone especially, the double bubble is just going to be able to cap zone on a whim. On the other hand, the Jet Sculpture constantly making the move with... I've seen Jets get 16 missiles in a game. I hope they don't get to do that, but it's fully possible.
I mean, they've got 2 already, but I think... I mean, if they just sit there the whole
2.
game, they might just...
They might. Oh, they do go down. That's probably the end of the above 15 missiles game. But the amount of missiles that weapon can put out is truly something else. And we are seeing bubbles here come out from the side of Squid Insurgents, trying to recap the zone after losing lead. They need to remember that even if they lose a few more points off of lead, it's not going to be the end of the world. They'll have time, and it's safe, and it's better to play it safe than go down in situations like this. It is a 1v1 situation. On the other hand, it is a Jet Sculpture versus a Squeezer. The Jet makes a good choice in missling there, forcing the Squeezer to back up. Blob moving up towards zone, really painting it, and the Squeezer pushing up, trying to get some picks, not quite able to find any, and going down to the Fizzy.
Yeah, though, we saw some good special coordination a bit ago from Squid Insurgence, though they weren't quite able to move up off it. They did a good job putting bubbles and rain on the zone, and then trying to use some crossfire later. Now we've got good special coordination. They got the recap, they've got the picks. If they can clean up this mini, it's gonna be good for them, but they're gonna get it.
Mini. And it is just the jet up once again. Already up to 4 missiles at 3 minutes in. They do get picked off again. They're doing it. Yeah, they're doing a great job remembering to build their special. They're doing a much better job remembering to build their specials before coming in this time, which is great to see. Bamboo getting a great pick there. Well, at least they're moving up in things. Yeah, bubbles do bubble things. They're very good at it. The jet probably should have jumped out there before getting taken out. They had time to react. But it's hard. It's always hard to remember in situations like that you should jump.
Yeah, though I guess eventually anchors, according to one of my friends who plays anchor, just have X down A, crammed into your muscle memory until you can't forget it. And now
reaction, yeah.
Now Squid Insurgence put up a better showing than most, but that is going to be the KO for OO, taking the set 3-0.
Squid Insurgents did do much better in this game, though. They remembered to build specials. They remembered to pair up a little bit more. They did panic there and fall apart at the end, but the start of that game was so much stronger.
And I think they seem to have finally settled a comp they felt comfortable with, because they shifted between so many weapons, which, if you can flex between like 1 or 2 weapons in a set, that's fine, but if you're switching between, say, 3 different weapons over 3 games, it's going to be difficult for you, because... well, one of those players probably had to go from brush to a shooter, potentially, which is a difficult adjustment to make.
It is. And here is that moment where, they do miss a couple powers.
Always a fun thing I've replayed. With that, we're going to be going on a quick break before round 2. Please stay tuned. Hello, and welcome back to Little Squid League 19 with Groups Round 2. I'm Cork, and I'm joined here by Nox.
Hi, here we have Rising Hope 2, working title, and Splatalot A. Apparently Rising Hope 2 are creatures in your walls, and their ties with Rising Hope 1 are unknown.
I think the only member that's...
And our runner-up for LSL in LSL 17 was Squalalot A.
Yeah. I believe Shmeeb and Sakura were the members of Rising Hope 1 that have collected this new roster of
I do believe
various
so,
people.
yes.
I recognize Amberd and Oze. They're both actually pretty prolific artists, but besides that, Amberd's a support main, and Oze plays a lot of things. Though sometimes takes after Kraken and just hits people with a brush. Kraken Sasso. And we're already going.
Oh, okay. We are into TC Tower Control. I'm expecting to see some relatively interesting comps out of Rising Hope 2 here, just because they have a lot of people that play, like, seeing a brush is always fun.
And double zap, though I remember their recruitment post was like, please Lord save us from triple zap, and we've still got 2 zaps coming out.
And for Splatalot A, we are seeing a pretty common comp with double armor. Always nice to see. Just looks like it'll be a nice, consistent comp for them. More range here coming out of Rising Hope, which will allow them to apply a bit more pressure.
Yeah, they're going to be getting... Rising Hope's going to be getting a good opening here, getting some mid-control, but the first special is going to go out for Splatalot A, and this first team fight's going to decide who gets the first tower push, and it's looking like Rising Hope's got a little more control. They've got the bombs coming out, they're painting up, and I think if they can pop another special here, maybe get one of their ring shots off, another armor, they're going to be able to break this wide open. Yeah,
they're probably waiting on another armor out of Shmeeb just to try and make sure that they get the armors for their Inkjets. On the other hand, Shmeeb does go down, really preventing a lot of forward momentum for them, as an Inkjet is popped to try and get tower gone.
Yeah, they're gonna do a good job holding this for now. They're gonna lose another member. Dino's gonna get flanked, and that's going to be a good opening for Splatalot, going from kind of a
goes down.
Australia stalemate to a very strong push. Mia all the way up there, popping the Booyah. This could be bad for Rising Up too if they can't stabilize.
Yeah, this map especially is a little bit prone to steamroll effects, where you get that first push going, and you just keep going until you're down to like 12 usually. And it looks like this might be one of those situations. They made it through that first check, one of the hardest. The try gets another pick on Shmeeb. And they are just able to apply so much pressure here. Zap doesn't manage to go down, but they are pushing through this checkpoint. They almost have it. It is just the 52 gal left, though, and they are nowhere near tower, so they are probably not getting that checkpoint right now. 52 gal is backing off into mid.
Yeah, let's get a cleanup right there. Managing to keep the game from getting killed. They've got a long way to go here, and they're gonna have to build their specials and be careful, especially the try and the 52 are going to be the biggest problems for them because they won't really have weapons that work. Well, they'll have range in the try, but the 52 is just going to be like, wall,
it's a 52.
No.
If the Nautilus just waits for their wall to go away, they might get a good chance at them, but yeah.
They're also really good job by Splatalot A pairing up right there, and they've been doing that consistently the whole game, fighting together, which I think is working a lot in their favor.
Splatalot A has grown a lot since they first started playing in LSL, and they've improved pretty quickly. Every month they seem to do a little bit better.
Maybe they'll win this time, though they've got some stiff competition. That aside, they're doing a good job right now, holding out Rising Hope, keeping them back. The Rising Hope's got missiles out, and they forced Splatalot to back up a lot more than they probably would have liked. Getting one pick on the junior, and now they're the ones playing together, cleaning up two for the price of one.
Absolutely. And we are seeing that try holding armor, waiting for more teammates to be back up. I will say, if Rising Hope 2 can get a good push going, those two Inkjets will be so useful on this map.
Yeah, and then they both go down. Commentator's curse right there in action.
And that is a full wipe onto Rising Hope 2 yet again. Brush might go down here to this K-shot. No, the K-shot goes down to the Brush instead, but the Nautilus is down, taking away a ton of aggression for Rising Hope.
Yeah, and they've got to... Well, they're going to have to stop us here first. But they're going to have to really just win every single fight they take with Rising Hope, with Splatalot A at this point in order to win. Which, I don't doubt that they can. They're doing pretty well. But they've got to... I think... They're probably having a little bit of coordination issues because the team is so new, but otherwise they've got to coordinate their specials and they've got to be careful to take out those members of Splatalot that keep consistently picking off. Splatalot's Slayers are being such a headache for them.
Absolutely. And especially with all, like, the K-shot isn't getting picks, but the amount of missiles they're putting out is absurd. 7? They're out specialing the junior? That's not normal. Junior's trying to catch up.
How much special charge up I run on K-shot.
Yeah. It's just always interesting to see a K-shot fully set up for support rather than any aggression.
I mean, they don't need to set up for aggression.
They
don't.
They have a try and a 52 gal. They don't. You're right. I don't disagree. It's just not something that you see as often in low level.
As many people said, low level is the place where you're going to see people try all the crazy and wacky things other people might not think they're the best. Unless your name is Cherry Limeade, but that's another story.
Yeah, Cherry Limeade's doing their own thing in the best way possible. And the Brush isn't quite able to make it onto tower in time, and that is game to Splatalot A.
It was, I mean, a bit surprising considering what we've seen from the previous Rising Hope roster, but Splatalot has grown a lot, and I'm thinking they're showing it right now.
Absolutely. That 52 gal and try were moving up really well together and doing a great job of using their teammates' specials to push up.
And now we're going to move on to Inkblot zones, our second favorite map mode on Inkblot besides tower control, which we've all seen a lot in the last SACs and low inks. Why did you counterpick the map you lost on? Shenanigans.
Sometimes you need to counterpick the map that you lost on.
I've been told that's actually a strategy because you're supposed to just keep counterpicking your best map or something,
Yeah,
according
absolutely.
to one of the people on that team. But that's completely unrelated still thing. Thoughts on this map?
It's a ridiculously well-balanced map. It doesn't overly favor anything, and pretty much anything can work here. Like, there's nothing that I would say you can't run on Inkblot.
That is true. It definitely is a more balanced map than maybe it looks like at times, because usually when you think of balanced map, you think of Mako, not Inkblot. Though,
I think
compared to other
Mako
maps,
favors
so
aggression so much.
that's true. Though, I think the thing that kind of unbalances Inkblot isn't what weapons can play there, it's the zone is just so very
It's a nightmare
hard
to paint.
cap.
Yeah. You do need to make sure you have something that can paint that zone. And you need to make sure that you have two different people painting it at times, because you need left and right. You can't, unless it's a long range like Splatling, you can't paint both.
And it's just, I think, a very good map to be, if teams have Booyah Bombs or Rain or Bomb Rushes, it's time to bring them out, because that is one of the few things you can concurrently paint both sides of the zone with.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if anyone chooses to bring out a Charger here, because it is one of the last few maps that, like, Charger is still pretty solid on. And Charger can apply so, like, with where supports like to set up on this map on that right side, if you're on Alpha, on that right side, Chargers really put a lot of pressure on them and force them to stay in very limited areas.
I'd be surprised to see a Charger. I think we'll see a pretty similar comp as Splatalot. Hey, in fact, we will, except they will switch off the 52 with now the 52 player Dino and Resting Hope, opting for a little more paint, it seems.
Less range.
Yeah, I think they might have wanted to keep the Nautilus, but they will have more paint this way. They're probably going to want to focus on enabling their brush, since they've got so much paint between two Zaps and a Gal, that Sakura should just be able to run around and get kills.
The Junior goes down already. No early armor for them. Oh, never mind. They'd already gotten early armor. I'm just blind. The Zap is forced back as they have armor ready, and they just have to wait for their teammates to respawn.
Yeah, Nimbird's trying to hold off, but could die themselves if a few more bombs get onto Plat, but won't quite go down. Rising Hope's got their specials right now. This is a good chance for them to counter push. Maybe they should wait for the armor to go down. Trying to ledge camp, but taking a lot of fire for their troubles, and will go down. The 52 getting a great pick there. Pushing up, getting a double. Two. And this is going to be a good chance, but they lose two of their own.
And they should be able to cap here, even since they got that Junior down. Once you take a Junior out of a comp, the other teammates aren't usually quite as used to having to worry about painting the zone, especially in low level.
What's playing the objective if you're not playing explicit support? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I feel like to try and kill things. Mystery to me. And we are seeing zone swing back in the favor of Splatalot A as they're able to get a lot of great picks. Just the 52 left, and they go down to a bomb from the Junior. Junior pushing up here, pushing up on this Zap, trying to get a pick, almost managing to, but having to back off a little as they just take a little more damage than they wanted.
Really cool aggressive shaved Shmeeb right there. Yeah. Really good job by Shmeeb by moving away from that certain death with that jump. And now Sakura's trying to get in. They've got armor. They've got all their specials. They're gonna pop them. They definitely cap here.
Hopefully, it's Inkblot, so it's never quite as certain as you want it to be.
They will only get one pick off all those specials, which I think hurt them, especially because the Inkjet couldn't seem to find anyone. And now it's going to be Sakura against the Worlds.
And that is a full wipe again on Rising Hope 2. Rising Hope 2 is doing a great job of getting specials before they push in, but they're not really taking team fights together. They're all kind of just going into their own fights, which is not generally going to end great.
Yeah.
Tries ledge camping here as tries want to do.
Yeah, try ledges. Probably one of the best pairs besides Carbon and ledges, and now this is going to be very desperate for Rising Hope. They've got to pop specials and run into the 3v4 and pray. Sakura's got to hit the good shots. Shmeeb getting one, getting two. That's going to be critical. Three going down. The full wipe. Shmeeb getting a triple.
An incredible job there from Shmeeb, giving them a chance to get back into the game. They were moving with a teammate, and this Junior is really pushed up. Does go down to the try, but gets an assist. Really helped out in getting that pick. Sakura's doing a smart job of backing off right here. Not quite able to hold that spot, but stays alive, and so does Shmeeb. The 52 gal does go down. They are just trying to do everything they can to hold this zone, but Sakura goes down. It is just Shmeeb, and Shmeeb makes the smart choice of jumping out. They have a lot of time before the other team starts scoring points again, and they just need to make sure that they move in with their specials.
They didn't get that lockout earlier because the brush wasn't able to really set up the ledges. The other members of Splatalot A forced them back. Now Splatalot A is the one trying to set the lockout up. Getting fight, but their try's gonna go down. That's gonna be big. All specials are ready in Rising Hope. They're gonna burn them to get in, but hopefully they can at least save that armor or something so that they'll have one for the lockout. But they're just got the gun for zone, getting one, getting two. That's gonna be the wipe. Now they've got to hold the lockout.
And the try is just alone up here on their plat. And Rising Hope is doing the smart thing of waiting for more specials before they really just rush in. Try has that armor ready, so does Junior.
Too.
Absolutely. And that is the first armor popped on the side of Splatalot A. Rare to see the try pop first. No. Oh, Sakura.
Yeah, we saw Sakura take a 4v1. That's really unfortunate. The rest of the team just wasn't there. But they could win this. We've seen how well she's fighting. 3v3 situation. Junior's gonna get one. Not going to be enough though, and this is going to be so close. But the Bombers should get the cap, but they've got time to recap. They've got to win their fights here. Sakura's going to get pinched by 2 again.
And
that's going to potentially be game for Splatalot.
And the 52 is doing what they can to survive there. Doesn't quite notice the try in time. Amber's doing a smart thing and backing off and holding armor, but they need to go fairly soon. That ticker is going to go down quickly, and they are going in with specials, but I don't think they have time to cap. Yeah.
That was a little bit closer to the last game, though I think what hurt, probably lost Rising Hope game, was we saw that Sakura pushed up onto the plot on their own, and the rest of the team was all the way back down in mid. Sakura just ended up on the overhead taking a 4v1. If they had another member with them and maybe a special popped as well, that could have been completely swinging the other way with Nora's Splatalot taking a little chip and just getting finished off by the brush.
Yeah, see, anytime you see anybody go into 4 people, it's always an unfortunate situation. And up next we have Rainmaker Snapper, the map where pop doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, it really doesn't, because it doesn't matter, because if your opponents get distracted by going for pop, you can just paint around them, which is what you want to do, is just get the hills instead.
Yeah. It's a map where it makes a lot more sense to just go for special and opening, and like ideally you pop it before you're ready to push. Obviously, popping it while you're trying to push is always unfortunate.
When you're like, wait, we're pushing. Oh wait, where's the did someone get the Rainmaker? And then all your entire team is just trying to figure out who.
Again. We forgot again. Oops. Especially if your support's gone down. Always a rough time if you don't know who's grabbing.
But I'm not grabbing, I'm the one pushing up and the entire team is doing that. That's happened to be a few too many times.
It does happen on occasion, and it's always unfortunate. This map is always interesting because if you get a good wipe, Street is such a fast push, and you'll probably get stopped at that hill, but you get such good points before it, and if they never manage to get a full wipe on you, it's an easy hill to hold.
Yes, and I'm hoping Rising Hope keeps their same comp mostly for the auto bombs, because in my opinion auto bomb is probably the most useful defensive bomb to throw out in Rainmaker, because you can throw it gets a bit more range from being able to walk toward its target, and it keeps the Rainmaker busy longer than say like a suction bomb or a splat bomb, which will just go off. The Rainmaker player has to go the trouble of running away from the auto bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, I know neither team has been running a Torp, but Torp and Rainmaker can be a real nuisance.
That's the same suffering Chargers go through when someone's pulling out a torpedo. Though I think Amber might also play K Jr., so we could see that coming out.
We could, especially with how good bubbles are if you want to push Street here.
K Jr. is just a fun weapon because it's just bubbles, more bubbles, and did someone say bubbles? That we will see, I think, a good adjustment with the K-Pro from
switching over to, I think the K-Pro is a good choice, and I think the K-Shot over Orange Zap is a good choice. I think it allows for way more, I think their comps were having a lot of issue getting picks, and I think K-Shot could, in theory, help with that.
Yeah, they'll be able to do a little more damage against weapons like Zap, or not Zap, but 52, and be able to take out that try.
And the suction bomb is way more useful against walls, just because you're more likely to think to throw it. People just aren't as used to having autos. But we are.
They will take the early map control.
They will, and their junior is grabbing, and they are making the smart choice and going left here. The junior is going behind this 52 gal's wall and just holding forward for a second, hoping that somebody can deal with the person that was behind them, and it looks like they were dealt with.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 down again on Rising Hope. This is a good opportunity for Splatalot A to push, so they've got to get around all these bombs, and
not
they
quite
are
able
going to get around all these bombs. And Shmeeb is just going to run around, gets going for some more picks. Rising Hope fighting kind of scrappy here, but I think it's going to help them. Now they've got missiles, they've got armor, they've got Booyah Bomb, and they've got a position where they could push it left and potentially get the lead, or they could just gun for Street if they get a pick or two here and easily get the lead.
The junior does go down, and that is all specials on the side of Rising Hope too. They can push quick here if they want to. They're probably going to want to move through left with how Splatalot A is set up, but who knows if they know that. Zap is...
I think they do. They do seem to be sending members in position for a left push. Having a bit of trouble getting onto the Rainmaker with the missiles, and they're going to go for the push now.
Yeah, and Try is down, having to wait for that Booyah Bomb, having to reposition, try and take out that K-Shot, not able to find them quite yet. Inkjet is doing what they can, but Rainmaker is going to go down to that K-Shot there.
Yeah, it's just an awkward angle to be firing on when someone's running up the hill.
Absolutely.
And you're firing down along that ledge.
Yeah. And they are going to go through sneaky. A bold move. Very great place to stall the Rainmaker for a bit. They managed to get a pick. They managed to get 2 down. This could be a big push. With the Booyah Bomb out especially, that forces the K-Pro into a awkward position. K-Shot's getting rushed down by the Try here, and the juniors just doing what they can to get forward, and they just are sneaking those few more points. That wall absolutely enabling that push. Almost a KO. The 52 forced to back off now, but that is an insane push out of Splatalot A.
Yeah, that's going to be all the way down to 7, which could... This is going to be a difficult thing for Rising Hope 2 to win. They've got the chance again to push up, to paint up, but they've got to be careful to have someone guarding the Rainmaker on that hill to keep them from getting rushed down we saw last time, because especially if it was like popping Jet and having the Rainmaker fire, it's going to be so difficult to keep a fast-moving, say, Zap from rushing them down. And the same thing will happen again. One member will sneak through the rest of them, take the Rainmaker out, and then back off, and they're going to get Splatalot will get another member down, looking for an opening, and they could very well get the jump camp here too. Try going and getting 1, getting 2, going for screening out 3.
A great move there from the Try. It is just that Zap left. And to be fair, Splatalot A can take as long as they want with pushes. They've got what they need, really. Ideally, they KO, but they're good to just play defense and stall the Rainmaker if they want to.
For them, because the more they stall, the closer the Rainmaker is to their side, which is the less distance your opponent has to go, the more danger it is for you. It's best for them to just keep holding straight forward.
Well, yeah. Well, they're stalling by just holding straight forward in a way. Like, they're not they don't need to try and KO. They just need to not allow Rising Hope to push. And if they have the Rainmaker, Rising Hope sure can't push.
Definitely, that's kind of what I was getting as well.
Yeah.
But now Sakura's gonna go down, 3v3 situation. Rising Hope's got 2 specials ready. They can go for something, but again, they're just getting so hung up on one member of Splatalot A will go in for a hero play and it will shut down the entirety of Rising Hope. They're never really ready for it. Splatalot A has been doing a good job having a special or a bunch of bomb pressure to cover that hero play.
Absolutely.
So it's allowed them to keep rushing in.
Well, and especially at this point, great inkjet pick there. But another thing to note, at this point, Rising Hope is super staggered. It's really hard to get back into it once it's like this, especially if there's only 30 seconds left. They're kind of just out of time. They feel panicked and rushed, and it's really hard to make good choices in that situation. And Splatalot A is making a great choice of taking it over here to this hill. It's easy for them to defend, and they can really just stall it out for as long as they want now. They only need to go for 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this win almost certainly unless something crazy happens. So we've got the armor coming out for Rising Hope. We've got Dinah going in, getting picked off by the Rainmaker. Shmeeb got it for it as well as Sakura. And they will get the Rainmaker pick, but it's 2v2 situation, 2v1.
It's just the K-Shot left.
Yeah, they've
Sakura
got
has that inkjet ready, but probably not the time to use it. Probably better to just stay on the ground and go for picks. Go for safer picks.
And they're going to get
right, and it does not seem like anyone has noticed yet, and that is probably going to be the Rainmaker going down to Try. Not quite yet, though. They managed to get to 62, but not quite able to take it all the way.
Yeah, they always... Again, the same thing happened here. There was just one member that came out of a place they weren't quite checking for, and they got flanked, and I think since it was in the heat of the moment, they're probably having difficulty adjusting and just checking for members of Splatalot A flying out from every angle.
Absolutely, especially with how mobile all of Splatalot A's comps were. And that is
I
that.
really like the explosive.
Oh,
I was just gonna say I really like the aggression we've seen out of Splatalot, and
absolutely.
I hope they continue to keep it up.
Mm-hmm. And that is the set over to Splatalot A. With that, we will be going to a small break before our last set of groups.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Little Squid League 19 with round 3 of our group stage. Today we'll be seeing Hook, Line, and Sinker versus Boston Squid Party. I'm Cork and I'm joined here by Nox.
Hi. Apparently this is a very impressive thing here from Hook, Line, and Sinker of their 8th consecutive open LSL, that's a lot of LSLs.
And it just shows they've been wanting to show up to practice and be consistent about it.
Absolutely. It's awesome to see, and we are seeing an LSL debut from Boston Squid Party, another very exciting thing to see out of a team.
We've got experience versus someone who's new, but I'm sure they've played elsewhere and done well, and I really like their icon too for Boston Squid Party.
It's very cute.
Like the little squid in the teacup.
Both of these are great icons, to be fair.
They're like kind of polar opposites though, because Hook, Line, and Sinkers looks kind of like imposing, and then Boston Squid Party is just like, here's a cute little squid in a teacup having a bath or whatever.
And up first, we're going to have Mako Mart Splat Zones, a map many people find extremely balanced.
Except it's not, because you pull out a Tri-Slosher and suddenly everything feels broken. Because
maybe a little.
Yeah. Carbon roller to regular roller, other like any rushdown weapon, even like Luna Blaster or Dapples.
And we are seeing
we've got both of those weapons. We've got some crazy comps coming up. I for one like Hook, Line, Squinker's comp.
I like it a lot. I do think dualies are rough on this map too. Yeah, I do like their comp. I do think dualies in general are rough on this map.
As a Dapple main, I'd say the opposite, actually. This is a nice map for specifically Dapples, because the same way like Try can just pop out and jump at people, Dapple's kill time is so fast, and you've got so many corners.
I guess I'm thinking of all the I used to play with the Tetra one trick, so that's probably what I'm thinking of. Nice pick there.
Yeah, I would not want to play some Tetras.
Yeah, and the Luna is trying to do what they can here, not quite able to find any picks, and they are running out of space and having to use that baller to fully disengage, which is a good use for baller. And we are seeing them trying to get the Dapple and be able to get it with that. And we are able to see the Luna's extended blast radius in full use there, getting that splashdown cancel. Haven't quite managed to get into the zone yet, but the Luna is moving up, trying to find some picks, because they're not going to paint the zone. Their teammates managed to get a good managed to get the zone painted. The Luna's flanking here, not quite able to find anyone quite yet, having to back off from that splashdown jump.
Yeah, we've got Hook, Line, Sinker had a great opening, managed to put a lot of paint on the ground, get the zone all the way down to 28. Now Boston Squid Party's got a good chance to open up, and Luna's forcing the Dynamo back. Really good use of their AoE and bombs right there. And if they can get the Hydra set up here, it's going to be critical. The direct comes out.
Down. And the Luna's probably going to try and move up over jump there. Dapple is trying to get in, manages to get the Hydra, probably going to try and really cap this zone. Not going to be able to find it, going down to the Ink Mine.
Yeah, really good vine placement there to keep the zone from being flipped over.
Absolutely great pick on the brush there from the Luna. And the Luna's coming over to really try and take out this Dynamo, really prevent them from throwing down a lot of paint. Not quite able to get the pick on the Zap, not able to get baller off in time. The Zap is pushing up here, but they might not be able to find much space to move in on with that Hydra in zone. Bold positioning from the Hydra also. Very forward.
But they had their teammates to cover them, which saved them, and now we're gonna see the paint of Hook, Line, and Sinker doing a lot of work, using their specials, and able to cap the zone before it goes all the way to KO for Boston Squid Party. The Boston Squid Party, if they just keep getting their Hydra set up and letting their Luna run around, they could definitely hold this for the rest of the match if they need to, or get the KO. And the Dapple is going for Dola. This is why I said Dapple's so strong here. You just run around, run up, get one pick, and kill them so fast you're already gone before the rest of the team comes at you.
The Hydra here probably... Junior gets a great bomb pick. Oh, never mind. It was the Luna. I gave the Junior credit for something they did not do for seeing a splat bomb. My bad. Luna really going for picks here. Able to get a lot of chip damage in, forcing people to back off even if they're not quite able to find the picks. And they are doing what they can. Their teammates have managed to get into the zone. And they are waiting for that Dynamo. They have locked on. Not quite able to get it. Probably gonna squishes the Zap. Yep.
Squish goes the baller, and Boston Squid Party is 2 down, but the Luna's like 2 down? We're down? Who cares? And we'll get the trade at least, which is gotta be good for Hook, Line, and Sinker though, because they're the ones holding, so it's going to be harder for Boston Squid Party to push and get the zone back. Though armor missiles do come out. And Boston Squid Party's got to go fast, getting one pick on hook, line, and sinker. It's going to be really close here. Hook, line, and sinker just has so much paint that they'll be able to hold the zone for a little bit longer.
They have so much more paint just on the benefit of not having a blaster, admittedly. It does make it easier to paint the zone if you have 4 people that can paint the zone. And admittedly, Dynamo and Brush are great AoE, are great, like, big space painters.
Yeah, this app's gonna have the sprinklers and has gotten 6 rains now, which on its own is gonna paint and control so much space. Their comp seems to be relying on just letting the Brush and especially the Dapple player run around from the paint from the other weapons. And for the most part it's worked, though I'd like to see their Dynamo play a little more aggro. So if the Dynamo pushes up and controls more space, that could be devastating for Boston Squid Party.
They might be feeling uncomfortable doing that though with the Hydra on the other team, because the Hydra does just kind of eat them alive.
True. And the Blaster running around shooting them every time they try to step a little too far over a ledge.
The Luna has been keeping a close eye on them. Dapples might go down here to that baller. Not quite yet, but yeah. But they have pushed all the way to 7, and they are able to recap a little bit more. They are getting a few more points here, possibly, and that is the KO.
I think Boston Squid Party did a better job, like, for the most part, getting picks and that way and keeping Hook, Line, Sinker from being able to push in, but Hook, Line, Sinker just had more paint, so even with the picks, they weren't able... It's splat zones, and it says paint the zones for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see them try that Luna out again in, like, TC, if there's a good map for it. But it's a hard... Rainmaker it could work on. Humpback Rainmaker is... Sure, a map. You can really... If you manage to get a wipe, you manage to get a push to 20, you just go, oh, we can sit for the rest of the game right around our spawn and just throw things at our elbow. And nobody can do anything about it.
So, how much you want to bet we see V-Hydra come out? Since that is the thing.
V-Hydra.
I would be ecstatic to see V-Hydra. It's always... I know
interesting.
Devi's the only person I've really seen do it in comp, but it's a pretty nice pick, honestly, for Rainmaker.
What I always like to see on this map is Toxic Mist, because if you have Toxic Mist and Lethal Bombs, pushing through elbow for the other team is just a nightmare.
Is and just like Toxic Mist is amazing on any Rainmaker Cleanse map, but especially on a map like this one, like you said, where it's just so very narrow.
And if you put any sub-saver on the Toxic Mist weapon, you can throw 2 of them out pretty much, and so you just have 2 mists that covers the entire width of that area.
What would be especially annoying is you combine the Hydra with the Toxic Mist. Anyone steps anywhere in the mist, they just get lasered, which is a strategy I've liked for a while. It's just any splatling Toxic Mist, it's devastating to their team.
Mm-hmm. It will be interesting. We will probably see we might see the Luna come back out here, to be honest. It's a decent enough map for it.
Yeah, it's a lot of corners, a lot of places you can just kind of peek around the way blasters like to. And I think the Luna player is probably also just feeling comfortable with that, so it's good for them to stay on the weapon they're strong with.
Yeah. It's such a... And also, this map, if you make any wrong move, you are just done, to some degree. Like, as easy as it is to defend, it's so fast once you get into that street that it's rough. Yeah. It's Rainmaker.
Yeah, one fast push, maybe he's got a hammer in front of it. And we will see that, I think it's the same. In a double backline comp and Rainmaker, that's not what I expected to see. But they're going to have a V-Jet and a Dynamo. That's a really interesting comp because it's got 2 super aggro weapons, and then why is the whole team in spawn? Wait.
Oh, they advanced a little.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they need to switch a member out. Okay, that's
the other team is
understandable. The other team needs to check. The other team needs to check the Battlefy chat because they need to KO this Rainmaker. Otherwise, we were sitting here for 4 minutes waiting for someone. I was worried we were about to have another Loic Grand Finals incident.
Yeah, always a concern when you see a team just standing.
Just lining up. All right, goodbye.
Oh no.
We can't move drop. But yes.
Okay, can they
Well,
just...
I'm interested to see who they're going to sub to then, because I would expect them to sub out the Hydra. It looks like the other team has read their Battlefy chat. And the comp on the side of Hookline and Sinker is really interesting to me, because they're going to have a lot of powerful weapons for defense, like you said. But they've got such aggro front lines that they should have enough aggression to really be able to push here, though. Again, of their backlines, the Dynamo is the one that can be more aggressive in situations like this, I think, and I'd like to see them do it, especially on a map like Hub back with all the space.
The Jets culture is really probably just going to be focusing on getting missiles, and if anybody decides to push them going, hey, you're in my range now and not in yours? Cool. Jet's such a hard weapon to make stop doing whatever it's doing.
It is, until you just get behind it and smack it with a roller or something, but it is a very... Though I'm hoping they remember to use their mist, because I've seen a lot of Jet players that kind of... They'll throw it down sometimes, but like if you're not used to using mist, you're used to a bomb, you just sort of forget and spam missiles instead.
Yeah, absolutely. It does happen sometimes. On the other hand, you're still getting a lot of utility out of Jet by just spamming missiles, sadly.
Yes, this is Splatoon 2, my friends. We just spam missiles, and we keep spamming missiles, and eventually it wins us the game because we put out 20 of them or whatever.
Not always. Sometimes you manage to kill the things getting missiles enough that they don't get 20, as a treat.
Yes, as a treat. As a treat, you don't have to suffer through a 20 missile spam.
Yeah. It is interesting to see how different these low-level comps are than some things being seen at high level, though there is still a good bit of overlap. It's not like low level doesn't know what top level's running.
People do read and do pay attention to what other people do. I mean, though as much as we see weird comps here, we do see weird comps at other levels. The two off the top of my head, I got the Cherry Limeade earlier. Yeah, Starburst is the highest level team probably that's doing that. Cherry Limeade out here taking sets off of top level pickups, doing this with all sorts of wacky stuff, and more at a mid level perspective. One I Loic a couple times ago. Unlimited Movie United is probably one of my favorite. Pulling out the weird. I think they might have actually used Jet Dynamo at some point.
Jet and Dynamo seems like an interesting combination because they'll throw a lot of pain around.
It can be very hard to approach, especially, like I said, on Humpback, where the Dynamo can just kind of use the
places.
Curse to their advantage.
I will say, if they pull out that Luna again, though, that will get in the Dynamo's way pretty heavily.
I think the Luna player switched over to Sploosh 7, which makes sense in Rainmaker. And we are going to be continuing with the Hydra player switching out for VJets. We got VJet on both sides. Like we said, hope they use their mist. It makes sense they switch out the VJet. Hydra can be pretty tricky to use in Rainmaker. Yeah.
And we are seeing a junior coming out yet again, something I always personally like to see, not that it's overly exciting. Zap's finishing getting missiles here, really just focusing on getting some pain around mid, trying to help out with this push against the Dynamo, not quite able to do a ton. Rush forcing them to back off some as they pop their missiles. Sploosh has hammer ready as the Jet Sculpture goes down. Junior's in mid, trying to get this pick as they try and rush left.
They'll almost get there, but they're gonna get stopped. The Brush is still holding pretty aggressively, so they'll be able to at least harass members of Boston Squid Party. Now they have lost map control though, which is gonna hurt them. And a Sploosh Brush fight, an impressive trade with that matchup.
Absolutely. Boston Squid Party, not Boston Squid Party, Hookline and Sinker doing a great job using that mist on elbow like we've been talking about. Really just locking down that area. Missiles coming out, and they're just gonna do what they can to use those mists and apply a lot of pressure, forcing people to stay out of areas, along with those auto bombs. Very annoying to have to deal with. Oh, and the torps, that's gonna be tedious.
Yeah, so I think I like the Mist and Dapples are combined. Even if they're not playing the Mist Dapples, that 12-frame kill time if your opponents are stuck in Mist is a nightmare and a half. So Boston Squid Party has done a good job holding on and getting picks of their own, though they've got to be careful on that Rainmaker shield, because those suction bombs are raining. They've got missiles out, they've got bombs coming in. Looks like they might just try to force this over the wall and through the elbow if they can get a pick or two here. The
torps are over here being pretty annoying, but against a 4-shooter comp, torps don't do that much. Every one of Boston Squid Party's weapons does just kind of look at a torp and go, okay, it's gone. It's rough. They are getting pushed really heavily by this brush. The brush does go down, but not before trading the Rainmaker. Boston Squid Party here going for pop again, but the sploosh goes down to the dapples, and it is just the jet left, and they are forced to back up.
Awkward move by the Zap there. Looks like they didn't quite wait long enough to pop their own missiles and let the enemy missiles fall down on them. The hook, line, and sinker's got another opening thanks to that brush's aggressive play with the hammer to be able. Now they can make their own push. They're pushing up.
They do go down
to walk into an auto bomb.
And the rush goes down. It is just the Dynamo and Jet, but that's fine. They can play defense here for a second. There are 2.5 minutes left, and they have lead. Not a great lead, especially for Humpback Rainmaker, but they do have a lead. And the mist that they have will help them hold that lead because it is right at elbow.
Well, they did lose the Dynamo, and now the Dynamo's has respawned. But they've got another Marine pick out. The sploosh going in, getting a pick on the brush.
Could be lead. That is
full way, but that's going to be a lot of a lead.
And like you said, this map, if they remember to
they're gone.
Not quite. But the sploosh is right there, and it is a sploosh popping a Rainmaker shield. It takes half a second, and the Dynamo goes down, and that should be game. That it should be KO to Boston Squid Party, and we are going into a game 3 at 1-1.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier I'd like to see the Dynamo play a little more aggressive. It does seem they did, but it seems like perhaps their fear of pushing up too much is warranted because they're getting caught out a lot on their own. So it might benefit them to have a team member, like have one of the front lines floating around each back line so that the back lines can still play aggressive, and then like the Sharky front lines just get picks off of people trying to approach the back line. Absolutely.
In a comp like that, you can really just take advantage of your back lines getting rushed to get some quick picks. We are actually
about back line and not you shooting
and then you
back.
dive back. Yeah, exactly. Next, we're going into Clamblitz Piranha Pit. A Clamblitz map I'm actually pretty partial to. I think it's pretty well done, aside from the race fam issue.
I hate playing this one. I think it's fine, like just as a map to put in a map pool, but I hate playing it because it's so easy to get locked out of that upper area.
Yeah, that's
when you're
true.
trying to get back to your basket. It's, I mean, you can, but it's just such a difficult place to approach with.
It is. I love Piranha Pit because I think of the pushing side of it. The defense side of Piranha Pit is not fun.
It's one of those maps where you really want to have maybe a wall and mist, or at least one or the other trying to hold, especially in clams, because you got to slow your opponents down some way.
Yeah. It's also just a great squeezer map because if people try and stand anywhere near where they need to try and defend basket, you just laser them. That's it. It's
a very useful map for bubbles too, because
I think you could even, if you wanted to, not that you should, I think if you wanted to, you could make vanilla squeezer work here. Not that anyone has ever felt the need.
You definitely could, because race ban, and you got the wall for defense, and the squeezer's obnoxious killing it.
Yeah.
Squeezer, yes. So I think hook, line, and sinker, I'd expect the Kloppels and K-Brush players are going to stay on those weapons. They've been having a good time with them. They're going to be, especially the brush, is going to be great for moving in with that hammer.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to see the jet come out again, though I'm not sure if they'll keep the Dynamo just because...
It's a rough map for Dynamo. It's so big. Yeah. Dynamo tends to favor smaller angles too. More. Yeah.
I mean, it is smaller in a lot of tight places, but all the tight places Dynamo could do well and they're going to be in the line of fire of everything else.
And we probably won't see the Luna come out again here because once again, it's such a big map, but there are those closed off corridors where Luna can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they played Luna for the volley though. Looks like we're about to see this in a second. And hook, line, sinker is going to pull double Kloppels.
And we've got a Tetra and Carbon come out of Boston Squid Party. Lots of fun weapons here.
The Dapple on Tetra is not a fun matchup for either weapon, but mostly not for the Tetra's going to have the range and can just keep rolling around the Dapple.
Yeah.
Carbon's going to be strong here, but they're going to have a kind of... They have an even matchup with the double Kloppel, and they're going to have a rough matchup with that brush.
And the Dapples managed to find a pick on the Carbon, but the Junior goes down. That is 3 down. Just the Tetra doing what they can to survive here against the Kloppel. Able to hold them off because it is a Tetra v Kloppel, as we were just talking about. And the Tetra's actually doing a good job not overextending and going for picks, but instead making sure to lock down this area while they wait for their teammates to respawn. And they managed
That's gonna
to
be
take out
like...
the Dynamo.
Yeah. We saw Splashdown and Booyah Bomb go off to not too much avail, but I'm interested to see how the double couple is going to play here. Because if they just keep rushing in,
Go down.
especially with the brush, they can probably just hold forward to win. Especially
to some
against
degree.
a lower damage comp like Boston Squid Party. Boston Squid Party, on the other hand, is going to have to focus on enabling their Carbon and Tetra to run around the map, get picks, and spam missiles.
Which admittedly, Junior and Jet, if you're gonna have two weapons to enable things, those are two of the best you could pick. I'd argue Junior's a way better fit for this comp than Zap, just because it allows so much more paint. And the Clapples managed to get a pick on the Tetra there. A very good pick. The Brush is rushing in with that hammer, clearing a lot of space. Able to find a pick on the Junior, but does go down. But it's only the Tetra who just respawned and does go down. That is a full wipe.
Yeah, we're seeing Hookline and Sinker using their comp though. They should be just holding forward it. Double splashdown seems weird, and a lot of times would be weird. Maybe it would be better for them to have used Dapple Dupo or V Dapples for an area control special and more supportive sub. But if they just keep charging in, splashdowning, popping hammer, because they'll get them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
For Boston Squid Party, it's going to be frustrating, especially because half their weapons can't cancel splashdowns.
Yeah, true.
Can you cancel splashdown on Junior? I don't play Junior, so I wouldn't know.
You shouldn't. Speaking from experience, yeah. Do I have clips of Junior splashdown cancels? Yeah. Do I clip them just about every time? Oh, yeah. It's not common. You have to be in my range, and I have to get the RNG for it. Not likely. Carbon going for the shred here, just about able to get it. Not quite though. Able to keep applying pressure to the Dynamo here. Able to get the pick. This could be a big push here. That is 3 down. They have lots of clams ready. Well, they have some clams ready. And they should be able to get below 60 with this push. Yeah, and they might be able to get lead. They have 3 more clams. Not quite able to find them, though. Unfortunate. Dynamo able to get a good pick there. They push to 56. They have plenty of time to try and push left, and the Tetra makes a great choice to jump out there.
And it's, as we were talking about comps earlier, it's worth noting that Boston Squid Party's comp is going to have more of that special support than Hookline Sinker. They'll have missile spam, they'll have armor spam. So that's, like you said about enabling things, that's going to help the Jet and the Junior not just only enable through paint, but enable through just constant specials, letting the Tetra and Carbon push up. Because who wants to fight an armored Tetra? It's a nightmare.
No one. No one wants to fight an armored Tetra while they're missiled. Just a nearly impossible feat. Junior does go down there, but they had just popped armor, so it doesn't impact them as much as it typically would. Carbon's looking for a pick here, not quite able to find one yet. I will say that Carbon is less paint reliant than people think it is. It helps good Carbon to have paint, but they can function without it. So, like, having that Junior is super useful.
Right there.
Jet not able to find any picks, being forced to really hold a pretty passive position, as this team is just able to get a lot of points quickly. Down to 18 already. A minute left. That's not anywhere near game. It is Clam Blitz. It can turn around pretty heavily. They did a great job of grabbing that power, and they're trying to push that Dapple out of their useless. Not quite able to yet, but also they don't want to overfocus it because that exact thing happens. It takes up too much time. And we are seeing the Autobomb launcher come out with the Carbon here, one of only 2 weapons in the game with it. And they could get a good push here. They have 23 clams. This could be something. But
yeah, they've got plenty of clams to do this. But yeah, losing that Jet is gonna hurt because now they don't have missiles to go off in. That's really besides
they don't
armor.
Need to rush it that much.
Yeah, but they've got 3 powers, so all their rush, at least one of their rush weapons would be stuck carrying a clam. And we've got Hookline Sinker right behind them, and that's going to hurt. They're going to go 3 down.
Really cool to see both of these comps.
Yeah, so it's like you see every day. Double Dapple is nothing I've ever thought before, and I've tried a lot of weird comps in my day.
It seems pretty temperamental, but it worked out for them in this case.
Yeah, both teams really just seem to have focused on holding forward on their opponents, and Hookline and Sinker did that better because their comp is a little better suited to just holding forward on your opponents.
A little, yeah. It also, like, the Tetra just also wasn't quite finding the picks they needed.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the Russian weapons weren't able to get what they wanted, like you said.
Yes. But that is the last round of groups over with. Make sure you tune back in for Top Cut of LSL 19. I've been Nox. You can find me at NoxRaven42 on Twitter.
I'm Cork. I exist at StrangeCorked on Twitter. I usually just retweet art or like retweet IPL tweeting about tournaments for the most part. And that's going to be it for us. We hope you'll stay tuned for the Top Cut with commentators Matthew and Squirrel coming up next.
Welcome back to Little Squid League, aka your favorite low-level tournament. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Squirrel commentating rounds 1 and 2 of Top Cut for today's LSO.
This is really exciting. Top Cut. My favorite part of this tournament will be seeing Ink in the Systems and Sneaky Shark go at it in a best of 3, I believe. What do you think about that?
Ooh. I feel like these two teams have made their way all the way up to Top Cut, and it's going to be really interesting seeing these two teams face off, as we're going to be starting off on Zones, Starfish, then Clamblitz, Humpback, and to finish it off, Tower Control, Reef.
Yeah, and I think the Zone Starfish is a map with a lot of space in it, especially with the zone. There's a very large spawn area, so teams might choose to run something like an anchor weapon that can control a lot of space. At the same time, you can always run things aggressive, and it's zoned, so a lot of paint and just inking power might also be seen.
That is true. Zone Starfish, probably personally one of my favorite map and mode combinations. Just like straight flat zones, there's areas to flank around, get the upper hand. We could see some, I'd say some pretty interesting comps can come out of this one. But yeah, I feel like this set's gonna be close. I haven't really seen these two teams fight that often, but it's gonna be interesting seeing these two new teams fighting each other. And we're already heading into the match. I did not see that. Alrighty. Ooh. We do see the Squeezer coming out, and on the side of Sneaky Sharks, we got the MPU K-Pro. We do have a very interesting splash set with that quick respawn, as both teams are going to pick that zone over, and Orbis getting the snipe off of the K-Pro, and they're going to be popping armor.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive start. 2 go down, and another goes down. They're going to get a really good opportunity to lock them out. That was a good starting play. They got the pick, used the armor, and took a bunch of space. It's going to be up to Sneaky Sharks to regain control of their area. We see the Splash trying to get control of Snipe, but the K-Pro's still down. Jet pop, this could be big.
We do see that Splash trying to rush it on zone, but getting picked off by that roller. Sneaky Sharks is currently locked out of everything, and Ink of the System's doing a very nice job of just keeping them in their base and not letting them get close to the zone, and they're watching the flanks very nicely, just making sure nobody's flanking, nobody's gonna pop missiles and rush in. And already down into the 10s, actually. They're trying to move up. They do get the missiles, the missiles off, but they do pop the armor, they do save it, and already down. Well, this is gonna be a 100-0 KO for Ink in the System.
That was insane. They just went literally from 100 to 0. They capped the zone within the first 20 seconds of the game, and they just kept going and kept going. That was a really good play from them, and they were just able to continue getting those picks, staggering them back, and holding lockout.
They couldn't get many picks at all, and with that K-Pro immediately going down, Sneaky Sharks were really forced to push back. And when Ink in the System saw that, they had that opportunity to take the zone and lock them out. As Sneaky Sharks were really backing up, Ink in the System was rushing into their base. Getting those picks off is what they needed, and they were able to just perform a lockout and wipe them.
Yeah, and they kept going, kept pushing, used the specials. Really good play by Ink in the System. It's going to be up to Sneaky Sharks to figure out what to do against that comp. It's got a lot of range and a lot of paint. With that Swiffer, Flingza, Squeezer trio, it puts out a lot of range pressure. Another thing is that we're going into Clamblitz on Humpback, and that Squeezer might be really annoying to deal with, as they can just bubble in and force fights.
Oh, he's muted. Alright, wait, oh, you there, Squirrel?
Sorry. But yeah, that range pressure might also come in clutch again, because Humpback's a very big map like Starfish, and Clamblitz is another map another mode where you could use a lot of holding pressure.
That's true. And with all the just kind of like slopes on this map, we could even see stuff like a Tri-Slosher getting put out there for aggression. As Sneaky Sharks needs to just kind of stay together as Ink of the System was really good on those lockouts. As here we go, second match, Clam Blitz, Humpback. So let's see it. We don't actually see a try. We do see a not come out though.
Yeah, we see that Squeezer come out, and the Flankton switches over to a Dynamo, and at the same time, just Squiffer. So, comp changed up from both sides. The splash goes down early from Sneaky Sharks, and they've got to do something about this. They have an armor ready, but they're choosing to hold it. So, and for the most part, both teams are staying neutral so far. Ink of the System has mid control, but they don't have enough cleanse start push.
That's true. As they are going to be popping the missiles and the Booyah Bomb, comboing them. They're going to be, pretty much taking control. As we do see the Inkjet and Armor combo coming up from the side of Sneaky Sharks. As two are down on the side of Ink in the System. And Sneaky Sharks taking mid over, which is what they need right now. It's a Dynamo getting one of the picks. But now, again, that's now two down on the side of Sneaky Sharks. And now Ink of the System wants mid back. As the Jet barely escaping that. And now Ink of the System really has control over mid, and they can click the claims nearby and soon enough get a push as they do have armor, Booyah Bomb, and bubbles ready.
Yeah, I believe Sneaky Sharks got a bit of control there, but Ink of the System instantly took it back. That was really strong. In addition, yeah, now the bubbles are coming out. No picks though, so it almost feels like they're wasted. The Jet goes down, but armor's popped.
You see a Squeeze reversing the Zap.
Yeah, that Squeezer unfortunately doesn't get the pick. Might die, but still, no push yet, and not very many clams on either side. So it looks like it's going to stay pretty neutral between these two teams.
The System really just had some kind of like dead push as they didn't have any claims, so they couldn't push in at all. And we do see that Zab getting the pick off the Nautilus, and that's now 3 down on Sneaky Sharks. And this is Ink of the System's chance, getting the pick off the splash. And now this is their chance to push in. They have the claims that they need, and they're going to be making their first push 3 minutes into the match.
Yeah, and we see Ink of the System's really holding control on their spawn. There's two up there in their spawn area, and they're going back to mid for clams, already down past 50, still 3v3, 3v2 now, over 3v1, and they're just keep getting the picks and clams. 14 left.
The speed up 0 to 100 push it is, and that's the set. Ink in the System 2-0 over Sneaky Sharks. They were able to again really lock them out and get the push that they needed, and they were able to push all the way down to 0 as Sneaky Sharks couldn't really do anything once they were 2 down.
Yeah, and another thing that Ink in the System was really able to do on both games is they were able to stagger Sneaky Sharks really well. They held a lot of space, and they also kept pressuring them, and oftentimes you'd see Sneaky Sharks taking fights when they were down a player, and that would just like make the advantage even larger for Ink in the System. And kudos to them for taking advantage of that.
We're really just okay. Oh my god, I'm doing. Okay, yeah. No, don't worry, it's fine. Welcome back to LSL 19. We had a very nice round 1 of Top Cut, but we're back here for round 2. We have Team Sommer versus Team Murder Inc. for round 2. This is going to be pretty interesting as both these teams have progressed very well through the bracket.
Yeah, and we see both teams have pretty solid results. Murder Inc. with 6th in LSL, 16th, and Beta Bracket in last lowing. So, or rather, this lowing. So that's really interesting. And we're heading right to the game. It's zones on Skipper. So it's going to be important for these two teams to split top and bottom. So let's see. A roller comes out from the side of Summer and a mini from the side of Murdering. This is really interesting.
We do see that Ninja Squid on the roller, but no swim speed to really back that up, as we can see. But we do have, Junior already has armor ready to get deployed, as the roller's just trying to keep them back. As they're going to be popping the armor, the missiles, they're comboing everything they can, and the roller is going to be going down there. As now they're going to be, Murder Inc. is going to be able to get a solid take on the zone, as the midi's going to be taken out.
Yeah, a really good team fight. They got picked, used the armor, and continued pushing. They don't have complete control of top mid though, and the T-deck does go down, so that's going to be not a great thing. The roller comes in and might just be able to get the pick. Junior goes down, and that's Summer with control of the zone. The mini goes down to an unfortunate bomb. They're getting even more picks. This is really good opening from Summer.
With Sommer having that zone, it looks like they are going to be taking lead there. But they do have armor and missiles ready. They're going to be popping them. They also have that jet ready. As we do see that jet getting popped right on the zone, as we do see that Remix is trying to back up. They're just trying to find somebody to get a pick off, but unfortunately they can't. But they are able to get the take on the zone, and they're going to be taking that as the K-Pro is going to be using their Booyah Bomb to cover up zone, as the K-Shot coming in from behind, getting the pick off the mini, and it looks like no, the Junior actually gets a pick off of the K-Shot, and that's 2 down on the side of Summer, 3 down on the side of Summer, as now it is time for Murder Inc. to take over the zone with their Ink armor.
Yeah, Tao with that Junior came in clutch and got those picks that will give Murder Inc. the zone. The Remix is sitting bottom mid in a 2v3. They might be able to get the pick on him, but it's really good lockout from Murder Inc. because they're about to get lead, and it's still 1 down on the side of Summer. There's only 40 seconds left on that timer. They're gonna need to do something, but the roller gets the splashdown cap. That was crucial.
They're already covering back up the zone, and Murder Inc. has it again. Their roller just kind of hiding in the corner right for the Junior, as they're gonna be just trying to find somebody to get a pick off. Throwing their bombs. They're 2 down on the side of Somber. We do see another Splatalot come in, not taking the zone in. They're gonna get picked off by the Octo Shot, and we do see a Booyah Bomb from the K-Pro going right. No, but it misses the zone and hits the block. But already Somber just trying to get as many picks as I can, but unfortunately they're gonna be taken out by the Octo Shot, and that is gonna be a cap for Sommer though. And now that K-Shot is trying to find picks again, but getting taken out by the missiles. And now Murder Inc. has that armor ready. I'm sorry. As we do see the K-Shot just trying to eliminate that K-Pro, and they are going to be able to get the pick with the help. And the Remix also going down, and now with their penalty about to end, Summer really has to push in here, but they're 2 down. The K-Shot popped the missiles, but they're basically just pushing by themselves, getting picked off by the Octo Shot, as they have 10 remaining for Murder Inc. As Summer can't really find a way to get into the zone, and that's going to be game for Murder Inc.
Yeah, that was really quick. Even though Summer was able to get a few caps of the zone while Murder Inc. had it, it still wasn't enough. They weren't able to get a coordinated push into zone for the last half of the game, and that really hurt them because they weren't able to get a strong lockout. And we see that the KAs on the side of Murder Inc. were overall significantly larger than Sommer, and that might indicate that Sommer wasn't able to push in as a team, and they kept getting picked off. However, we're heading to Blackbelly Rainmaker. What do you think they'll pull out?
Ooh, we could see that Remix come out again. Or maybe I think they're gonna be. I think Murder Inc. might pull out the mini again, and it's gonna be great for them because Rainmaker Blackbelly, the tower middle just gets lowered, and the Rainmaker just sits on there. So it's better if the mini can just sit on mid and get the picks that they need, and pop the missiles that they need, and get that pink coverage for their team. But Murder Inc. was doing a really good job of pairing up and using their special coordination to their advantage. And Summer was really starting to push in by themselves, which was really what secured the game for Murder Inc.
Yeah, and I think that roller, they might pull that out again because Rainmaker is a much more aggressive mode. They might want to pull that out. And I think I could see them getting some crucial picks, especially with the elevation changes that and the ledges that rollers can check under. Other than that, we might see a Stingray, either a vanilla heavy instead of a remix, or like a custom jet, or perhaps even a charger if I'm not being too hopeful. Other than that, I don't see these teams changing up their comp. Maybe a bit more aggression, but Murdering had a pretty aggressive comp last game, and so did Summer, so either they'll double down on that or they'll make slight changes.
Again, Murder Inc. was able to pair up really well, and Summer was just kind of filing in one by one, and they were able to get the picks off. But now it's Rainmaker, and they really just have to stay together at all times. They have to be protecting that Rainmaker. And if Summer isn't really pairing up with the Rainmaker even, or just pairing up in general, that might just secure the game for Murder Inc. because they're able to 2v1 Summer, get the picks that they need, and push the Rainmaker to a good score or even KO.
Yeah, like we saw last game, they really need to make sure that the main weakness of Summer that game was just their inability to push together, and if they keep going down, it's Black Billy Rainmaker, so it might be over before they even realize.
You were right about the jet.
That's a vanilla jet with the missiles. I'd like to pick, but double missiles from the side of Summer. They might be looking to counter the hyper aggressive. Both teams have a Nautilus, so both teams have an Inkjet to push with. There's an early engagement with mid. K-Shot trades with a splash, and it looks like that neither team's gonna have mid control at the start.
We do see the Gnaw on the side of Murder and going down. And now this could be Summer's chance to take control. But the bombs with the juniors just throwing at them, just kind of throwing them off. The poison mist also getting thrown into the mix. As we do see two trade on the left. As we do see that Knot just not the Knot, I'm sorry. The Zat just trying to take an aggressive position. They're going to be picked up that Rainmaker. As it looks like Summer's just going to have to group up here. The K-Shot right next to that Rainmaker at all times, but getting taken out by the K-Shot, but the K-Shot's also going to be going down there. As we do see Murder Inc. is popping other specials, we do see the Inkjet armor combo, and now Murder Inc. is able to really push up here. They have the turf control, the missiles are getting popped from the side of Summer, and they're pushing in. They are going to be taking the lead, getting it all the way down, and they can't stop them, and they get the Rainmaker at a 42 before needing to back out.
Yeah, that engagement with Murder Inc. played that really well. They stuck back until they had an advantage, and the Splash was able to get around and apply pressure. Inkjet was popped, and they just got mid control. They pushed it all the way to 42. Summer was able to stop, and they're going to have a chance at pushing it again, and to go down, this is going to be their opportunity. The missiles and armor do come out. They're going to need to survive those in order to push, and the Rainmaker goes down to an unfortunate bomb. They're going to need to make something happen, as the 42 is a pretty big lead on this map.
The missiles are getting popped. We actually do see the double missiles getting popped. The ink armor is getting popped on the side of Summer. They are going to be getting that one pick, but they get surprised from behind. But now two down on the side of Murder Inc. They can't get that pick off the Rainmaker, and now the Rainmaker is down to the Nautilus on the side of Summer. And we do see that jet getting popped from Murder Inc. just trying to get that now out of the way. And now we do see Summer getting the Rainmaker pop, but the mist getting thrown at them is really going to be throwing them off there. As we do see the Tendon Missiles and Inkjet getting popped. This could throw off some Murder Inc. right here. As they do have map, they're going to be taking the Rainmaker, but immediately getting taken out of the K-Shot. Just trying to get out. They do get out though. They are going to be popping the missiles. They only could really get one, and the splash from Murder Inc. is going to be taking them out, and that's going to be and it looks like Murder Inc. is going to be able to push off of that.
Yeah, and they just weren't. They got a 2v2 situation that Summer wasn't able to capitalize off that. To go down on Summer, Murder Inc.'s going to be able to get even more points. They get to 33, but they're still holding them back in their spawn. This is really big.
You
And
see that, Jack?
1:30 left. They're not stopping the push, and the push finally goes down. 2 go down. Sommer needs to take mid quickly and start a push.
Sommer making sure they need to have that paint coverage. They need to decide where to push there, and because every push really matters from now as a minute 20 remains. And Murder Inc. has a very strong lead on them. They are going to be pushing mid, but getting taken out by the splash. But the Zap's going to be eliminating that splash there. But they were able to get 2 picks. They're popping the armor, but they're 2 down. The armor's just kind of useless at this point, as the Nah is going to be taking on that splash, the Zap. And it looks like Murder Inc. is going to be able to get that Rainmaker pop.
Yeah, that double from the splash was crucial. That Sommer lost a chance to push, and they're also gonna have special advantage now. Oh, the splash goes down, and there's an HO 1v1 in the sky. Who's gonna win?
Nobody.
Unfortunately, no one. But this is really close. Sommer needs to make something happen quickly, but there's a splash shorting, and they get the pick. Another goes down. 25 seconds left. They need to establish mid control and then start a push quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be game.
But they do have 1 down on Murder Inc. And this could be their chance as they kind of have map coverage. It's kind of half and half right now as they're trying to pop that Rainmaker. 10 seconds remain. And Murder Inc. is just fighting that pop as much as possible. But they are going to be able to get the pop. And they pop. And Murder Inc. going to be popping the armor and the missiles. The bomb taking them out, and they couldn't grab the Rainmaker in time, and that's gonna be game for Murder Inc.
Yeah, that was really dominating on the side of Murder Inc. They just kept holding control of space, and they didn't give it up. They just held space, and then they made sure that even when the enemy team was pushing, that they had a constant threat and they didn't go down. So that was really what allowed them to keep pushing, because they would just wait for opportunities to push in, and then they would take them, and they would continue to push, and they would continue to get those picks.
Now, as Murder Inc. is 2-0 over Sommer, the pressure is on them because these next 3 games depends if Sommer can advance to the semifinals. Murder Inc. just needs to win this last Clan Blitz Snapper Canal match, and that will conclude round 2. But Sommer really needs to just think about what they're doing here, and they need to be pairing up well, as Murder Inc. was just able to provide the specials, the jet, the armor, the missiles. They had everything they needed to perfectly secure that game, and once they had that 32 lead, they didn't need to push anymore. They just played defense, which is what you guys saw in that last 10 seconds. They were really just able to hold that Rainmaker, and the bomb kill on the Zap was really crucial, as the Zap, it looked like, was going to be picking up the Rainmaker, and the second the K-Shot saw that, the K-Shot went to go with the Rainmaker, but time was out, and that was really that's what secured the game for Murder Inc. That one bomb throw, because the Zap could have easily just picked up the Rainmaker and stuck the overtime. But the bomb was able to secure it, and now with Murder Inc. 2-0 over Sommer, the pressure on Sommer is on.
Yeah, agreed. They're gonna need to reverse sweep to win this set. It's gonna be Clan Blitz on Snapper Canal, so again, a pretty large map. And sort of similar to zones where you need to hold space, but there's a lot more aggression involved. Sommer's gonna need to figure out how they're gonna counter Murder Inc. because Murder Inc. is able to play a little bit safe when they need to, and then they're also able to take fights, and specifically 2v1s, and that wins them their advantages. Because you saw that Murder Inc. didn't really take too many fights that were like impossible to win, or when they didn't have a teammate with them. And that means that most of their fights are going to end up in win, because they're able to take the 2v1s, and it's very likely that they're going to get 2v1s. And then another crucial aspect that they're going to need to think about is their splash. We saw them sharking on ledges a lot that game, and they got quite a few picks, and they're going to need to keep track of them, because you never know if they're behind you, and then that might be a wipe.
We do see the Zap 89 coming out from the side of Sommer, and now it looks like we do see both teams really have equal painting, as we do see the gal from the side of Murdering just going right up to their street, as they are going to be getting shut down there, as the Knot is right next to them. The gal and Knot can easily push up there, and the armor is getting popped from Murder Inc. And Sommer is countering back with that armor, one down on Murder Inc. And the K-Shot is trying to back up a little bit, as it looks like the Juniors throwing bombs right at their plant, just forcing them out.
Yeah, and it looks like Sommer's gonna take the early mid control. They're close to 3 specials. The Inkjet and missiles get popped. They can find a tech here. They might get a push in. Nice, the 52 goes down. Unfortunately, the ball's gonna go in, but the T-Tech goes down. But it's still 2 down on the side of Murdering. They can continue this push, and they can continue the advantage. The Heavy just throwing in clams and goes down. But they're still getting more clams in, all the way to 35. Seemed like a bit of a YOLO push, but it worked out really well. 35 is a really good lead. The 52 has the power clamp to score, and they're just holding space. Murdering looks like they're clumped up a bit on the left side of the map. Armor Booyah pop, but the shot goes down. But still 2 go down from Sommer. The T-Tech's the last one, and they're all the way behind. And that's gonna give Murdering the score. But their T-Tech is able to clean this up. However, there's enemies scattered everywhere, and the barrier closes right before that ball can get in.
Sommer was able to push him really well at the start, and now it looks like they could easily push again. We do see that jet getting popped, and this could be another chance for Sommer to push in there. It's that not getting taken out by the jet, and it could be another potential push for Sommer, as they're popping the Booyah Bomb, they're popping the missiles. They are able to missile off 2 that are respawning, and they are going to be pushing that super clam in. And it looks like we do see Ice, unfortunately, not being able to take that 1v1. And now 3 down on Sommer. They're still throwing in claims. That's down to 11 for Sommer with 2 minutes 30 remaining. Murder Inc. has to be able to get very big pushes. It's not that they need a lot of pushes, they need some big pushes, which is what really matters now, as they do have the armor and missiles ready to be deployed.
Yeah, and this, so far we've seen a much more dominant Sommer. They were able to just get these picks and hold the control. Almost 4 specials online for Murder Inc. They're gonna pop the missile and armor and Booyah Bomb. They're gonna need to make this count. No power climb yet on their side, and they're all clumped up on their ramp. This might not be the best strategy as the Junior goes down, unfortunate, but they're gonna need to still push. And another goes down. The 52 gets 3 kills, or 2, to save mid, but they're not gonna be caught in a 2v1 and they go down. That was an unfortunate failed push from Murder Inc., and it looked like they were just trying to force things really quickly. They didn't spread themselves out.
Sommer really needs to force them into the game for a minute 30 remain, as we do see the armor and missiles ready on the side of Murder Inc. They need to think of some kind of push here. They need a lot of claims, because last time their push really got shut down because they didn't have the super claims and they hesitated and they were staggered, as we do see the armor getting popped on the side of Sommer. And the Autobahn is getting thrown now. The T-Tech up in the Seeking, making sure nobody flanks. They do have all their specials ready, though. That could be very crucial, as we do see 2 trying to go from mid and 2 on their left. And now
they're spreading themselves out, and we see, but they only use the specials now. They're able to get some control of the basket, but there's still no power clam. And they're just throwing clams around. They go 2 down again, and they aren't able to get a push off that. 30 seconds left. They're going to need to make something happen very quickly. It looks like the Junior and the K-Shot are just caught out on this left side of the map. And they're going to need to make a ball quickly and score within overtime.
They have their pity ready, and Murder Inc. is gonna force them in. Just wants to force them into overtime. But do you see one coming from Siki? But they get shut down, but they do get the Booyah Bomb off. They do pop the missiles, and they just don't have a good spot to push. As 2 down on Murder Inc. Overtime's gonna be beginning. They have the jet ready, but will that be enough? Some are popping their armor, they're popping their missiles, everything they can do. The Not's very low in health, getting taken out by the Zap. And now 2 down. As Junior's gonna be grabbing that ball, just trying to keep it alive. They do get a pick off. Can they push it though? The Gal was just standing there, and they get a double from the bomb, which really secured the game for Sommer, forcing this into a game 4.
Yeah, and that was really good on the side of Sommer. They were able to hold the control, and they didn't go down when Murder Inc. pushed, and they were just able to hold their space, and they didn't get staggered. And we also saw the double bomb kill that basically sealed the game.
That was revenge. That was a revenge from Black Belly. But
Yeah.
now, you go.
We're going to TC Anchovy Games, and we're gonna see an even more aggressive mode. This looks like a map where there's again a lot of space, but also you could see those jets that we saw from Rainmaker Black Belly come out again, because Jet's really good on the stage. What do you think they'll pull out?
I think Murder Inc. could really have the upper hand here, because tower control is much more aggressive. They can really get the picks off, which is what they really need. But Sommer was really able to get themselves together last second and form that one very good push at the start, which really secured the game for them. And they're able to get that second push down to 11, and Murder Inc. couldn't really come back to that. But with now heading on to tower control, this is a much more aggressive map and mode combination, and it could be what Murder Inc. needs to seal this set.
Yeah, and I think we might see another V-Jet come out, or maybe a C-Jet, maybe not. We would probably see a Nautilus, because this map has a lot of space for the Nautilus to abuse, and of course that Inkjet is really, really powerful. Especially when pushing tower, it's really good to clear space. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see this. Another thing that we're seeing is they keep switching between Junior and Zap, so they're trading more aggression for less pain, and a Clash Blaster comes out.
Ooh, interesting. We do see the Clash Blaster coming out from Sommer, and we do see very good pink coverage, but I feel like Murder Inc. just has a little bit more. Yeah, Murder Inc. would definitely have more. They're already popping their armor in, pushing them there. We got the missiles popped off. Junior is sitting on their flank. One going down, the Clash Blaster going down there, but Ice going down to a bomb. That's how 2 down on the side of Sommer. And now it's time for Murder Inc. to get that push in. To get that very early push in. They're going to be popping the Booyah Bomb, which is going to be throwing them off tower completely. But they throw it at the 2 that are left, and Junior's just kind of left there alone. As now it is a 3v3 on the board. They have their arm ready, they have the jet, they're popping everything. The special coordination is amazing, as one is down on the side of Sommer, and they're going to be able to get this push off.
Yeah, and after a brief pause in their push, they were able to still continue their push. They're close to another 2 specials, so they can continue this. The Zap goes down, but there's still 2 on snipe. They're going to need to deal with that, and they do by throwing a Booyah Bomb. And again, another double. They keep getting these picks, and it's allowing them to get past the second checkpoint, and it looks like they might get to the third as the Knot gets another. But no one's on tower right now, so, and it's just a
Knot. It's just a Knot. They're running back for the tower. They're going to be continuing their push as the jumps are coming in. The Gal just defending that Knot, and now that the Juniors are jumping in, but the T-Shot getting taken out by a bomb. And the Inkjet getting popped, but it's going to be getting canceled. That's not 2 down on the side of Murder Inc. And Sommer really just has to push in here. If they can really get that Zap, that's going to be, not the Zap, the Junior, that's going to be crucial, because they have their armor ready, and Murder Inc. can pop that at any time. As now Sommer has 3 specials, they're popping the armor, and they could be popping missiles shortly. There it is. They just have to lock them out completely. We do see the Blue Bomb coming out, trying to throw that K-Shot off, as the Clash Buster is just trying to push in there, getting them off of their area. As we do see one left, the Gal getting the pick off of the K-Shot, and now Murder Inc. 1 down And now Summer's 3 down, and they're able to continue. They're able to stop their push completely and stop them halfway through that checkpoint, as Not has her special ready. K-Shot very close to missiles, and the zap on Sommer also very close to missiles. I mean, the zap is close to armor.
Yeah, and that was a really strong push. They just were able to go back into mid and take control of the tower. The Inkjets pop, they get the pick on the heavy. 3v3 situation, and the tower's pushing to another lead, and they get another pick. It's just the shot, and their offense alone. They go down. It's a 4v2 situation, and they're at that last checkpoint. Sommer is going to need to do something quickly.
10 seconds left on the checkpoint, and Sommer's completely backed up as they're going to be popping the armor. The remix is coming in from the side, just trying to throw them off. They get more than halfway through that checkpoint, but they are going to be getting stopped there, as it looks like they're not going to be backing out. But they were able to get that very strong push there, and kind of a push that can really just end the game. Just end the game completely for them, as Murder Inc. does still have control, but the missile's getting popped, and now it's Sommer's time to paint up.
Yeah, and we see the 52 sharking for a flank on this left side. The Clash finds them, and they go down. This looks like a point where Murder Inc. trying to push. However, and they use 2 specials, and they find the value to go down, and they're probably going to be able to get through this first checkpoint. However, they don't have control of flat, and another missile gets popped. They're using a lot of these specials, but at the same time, they still have time to get it back. 1 minute left, and they're close to even more. Another missile armor and a Booyah about to be used, and they still don't get any picks, but they're still pushing the tower. 3v3, and they're doing a really good job of pushing this.
We're pushing them back, and now with 40 seconds remain, we could see a very strong push from Sommer here, as they're almost to that last checkpoint. The K-Shot just trying to throw the zap off. They're pushing in, or no, to the second checkpoint, I'm sorry. As they're going to be pushing in there, but they're throwing them off the tower. That's now 1 down on Sommer. They're going to be popping the armor. They're popping the Booyah Bomb, but the Booyah Bomb gonna get canceled. We do see the Zap and Gal having a fight there, and the Gal is going to be winning the fight with 20 seconds remaining. 2 down on the side of Sommer. One's going to be jumping out there. And it looks like this could potentially be game for Murder Inc.
Yeah, and we see the Booyah gets popped. That's their win condition, that they can just throw a tower whenever they want. The shot goes down, and they still have 4 specials right there, and that's game. And the set for Murder Inc. It looks like they had a bit of a hiccup on game 3, but they were able to take it back really well to push to 12, like mid-game, and they were just able to hold it really well. They didn't let Sommer get a significant push.
That's gonna be the set. 3-1 Murder Inc. to Sommer. As I said, Murder Inc., they just had the aggression that they needed, and Sommer wasn't able to get those good pushes in until the end, with 1 minute remaining, which was when their best push was. But with 20 seconds remaining, they were 2 down, and Murder Inc. was pushing the tower back to mid. And by that time, Sommer was just staggered, and they couldn't do anything about it. And Murder Inc. was just able to use that Booyah Bomb, and the Gal was able to get 2 picks and secure the game. And Murder Inc. will be moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, that was a really good set. And here are some highlights. This is LSL 19 quarterfinals. I am Squirrel, and it's been really great commentating with Matt. It looks like we're going to switch over to some new commentators for semifinals and grand finals of Top Cut. But yeah, this has been a really good 2 sets, and I'm looking forward to see what happens next.
Hello and welcome back to Little Squid League 19. I am Brush. With me is Falco. How you doing?
Rush, I'm doing so good. I'm so happy to be here. We will be taking you through the semifinals and the finals of Little Squid League 19. We've seen some great games so far, especially that last set that we just watched between Sommerzeit and Murder Inc. What a fantastic play by both of these teams. And coming up next, we are going to have the Blue Glaucuses versus Inc. in the system, and our teams are ready. So let's just hop right in there.
The confidence in which you said those two team names has me in awe. We see a foil squeezer coming out on both sides there. So these two teams wanting to go for those bubble combos on zone, a blob on the side of Ink in the system. They are a high paint output comp, Ink in the system.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And like you said, two foil squeezers on both sides. That's definitely going to be the only range weapon on either team. Maybe a little bit from Ink in the system with the bubbles, but they are going to get a very, very quick cap. And the thing about this stage, it is such a small zone. So it's going to be so easy to take over, so easy to counter, cap, and do all these sorts of crazy things. We're going to be seeing a lot of specials in this match, but right now there are two players down on the Blue Glaucuses, as now Corey is trying to push their way back in, but we do see the bubble, and we also see two other players hugging the zone. They're now trying to push from their right side, but it's going to be really hard for Blue Glaucuses.
Yeah, I mean, those Tetras are what's going to give Blue Glaucuses the advantage in this set if they can get those flanks underneath Carousel and get things happening. Here we're going to see Tivia, though, get stuck, cut in a corner there as the Inkjet comes out from Kyo. That's going to force them back into zone. And now 35 ticks left on the counter, 3v3. Kyo, you're getting flanked. They're not going to be able to find the pick, and now a player down. The zone is continuing to tick down 25 points here, and another bomber's coming out, though they're going to go down a 3v3 situation on this zone. But no, there is no pressure in this zone for the Blue Glaucuses.
Yeah, they're really trying. They need to get the stop. They need to get this cap, and it looks like they will, giving 69 penalty points to Ink in the system. That is going to be one way to prevent the one push knockout. So really good job. Even though a few of their players go down right now, that's okay. You need to prolong this match as long as possible. And Blue Glaucuses, they really need to get some more map control too, because Ink in the system, they were very quick to counter cap.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier that Ink in the system has this paint output comp, and Blue Glaucuses, to their credit, have this junior, and they're going to pop armor here as we go for a splashdown jump, it looks like. However, I mean, now two down, the junior is unable to do anything. A really nice pick there, though, by Splixel as they push back into zone here, a 2v2 situation on the zone. Kyo coming back in from that respawn now. The Tetra Splixel going for this flank, looking for an opportunity. They are going to go down a 3v3 situation now. Velvet forced to back up, trying to charge those bubbles, trying to get an advantage. But unless Blue Glaucuses here can really get these specials ready in time, and Inkjet coming out to their credit, the zone is going to fall right back into Ink in the system's hands.
Yeah, they are doing a good job. We have some of these bubbles that are trying to prevent them from pushing, but Ink in the system now trying to take this left side. They do have a suction rush ready, so they're going to be charging up along with these bubbles. Is this going to be enough for a cap for Ink in the system? And it looks like not quite yet, as only one bubble's in the zone, but now they get the cap. One player down on Blue Glaucuses as Ink in the system is able to try and take more, try to get some more of these picks. And once again, one player down on Blue Glaucuses, and we do have the suction rush ready once again. I believe we have two suction rushes on Ink in the system, and that's definitely going to be really helpful and has helped them so far. And right now, two of their players are pushing up while few more are staying back just to prevent some flanks. And Spixel's now going to go down with a trade. Two players alive on Blue Glaucuses. Will this be enough? Ooh, that's going to be a really nice double. Swag is going to be trying to push in along with this Inkjet. Is it going to be enough to cap? Almost. Can they do it? Getting that pick. Oh, and they are going to go down.
Yeah, looking for that pick. The junior noticed they weren't going to be able to cap zone alone against the Zap and going down there. And that's the game for Ink in the system. I mean, Glaucus is struggling with paint output, struggling to find an opportunity back into that zone. And I mean, look how pink that map is. Even after we had like a junior in zone 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, Ink in the system, once they got the ball rolling, they did a really, really good job just preventing the Blue Glaucuses from really being at full strength and able to push forward. Again, they got all the way to 9 on their first push, which is really incredible. And Blue Glaucuses, they did what they needed to do to kind of come back in waves. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and that wipe at the end seemed to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, I want to draw attention to that blob there on the side of Ink in the System. Every time the zone fell into their favor, the blob was able to sit in a comfortable range and get the entire plat painted out. And so whether or not that is a weapon they chose specifically for Wahoo, or that's a weapon that, they may, and we're going to see here as we move into Tower Starfish, the paint output of that blob there was huge and critical for Ink in the System.
It really was. And looking to this next match, I think we're going to see some more range weapons. I don't know if we'll see the Squeezer, but I would anticipate maybe a Charger, maybe a Splatling of some sort. But now let's look at our total top cut, all the teams that were playing. And the other game in the semifinals is Murder Inc. You guys saw them beat Sommerzeit just prior to this. They are now down 0-1 against Surf and Turf.
Yeah, I mean, their first time giving up a set or a game in this top cut, 2-0ing Indiglo and 3-0ing objectively something or other. I'm looking at the bracket on my screen. Objectively wacky octopods. Ink in the System, though, coming off of a bigger win on Jacques Routon. And
very
that
good.
3-2. Thank you. Really practicing. That 3-2 win, is giving him a little bit of extra strength here. Obviously mindset and that hype coming out of a more difficult set for them.
Yeah, indeed. Again, going into this next game. Oh, well, okay, I guess we'll just hop right in. I was going to say we definitely want to see what happens at these checkpoints because that tends to be the crucial part of tower control. And we do see a little bit more range from both teams. So now it looks like we have the 96 Gal on blue Glaucuses, that one took me a while to say, and the Knot on the side of Ink in the System with Inkjet.
Ink in the System, no more blob, but opting for that slosher instead. That's going to give them missiles. We saw the blue Glaucuses with their T-Tech Inkjet, and the Nautilus now on the side of Ink in the System is maybe going to be able to return the favors. Tetras going down early, armor ready for the side of Ink in the System. They're going to be able to use that and push out quickly a flank in their bunker. They're going to get a little bit distracted, but they are going to be able to put paint down and start to push this tower. The Bucket just watching them behind on now a 3v3 situation as that Zap trades for the splash on the flank.
Yeah, it was really hard for the person from Ink in the System on the tower because they were all alone approaching that first checkpoint. So unfortunately, they really had no backup. The rest of Ink in the System, they were at mid trying to fight off some 1v1. So that allowed Blue Cacalces not to really let that tower get very far. So let's see how far now they are going to be pushing up. As they get a few picks on Ink in the System, they are going to be able to take the lead. Hopping off this tower, will Swag get back on the tower to try and get to this checkpoint? Yes, two players are going to be there as they fight a 3v3, watching out for the Slosher, watching out for the Inkjet, and now two players down on Ink in the System.
Yeah, 3v2 in favor of Blue Glaucus. That quickly changes to 3v2. Oh, sorry, 3v2 still, but with different players up. I want to draw attention to Swag there, who we saw in the junior on the side of Blue Glaucus's last game, almost relinquishing some of their paint. I gave him credit for that last time, but this 96 Gal with its killing output might be able to make a difference. Still getting those armors pretty quickly, and we see one chart there. They're going to pop it with that bubble combo, hoping to extend this push, and also the bombers coming out, a 4v4 situation, looking to quickly change if you're Blue Glaucus, you can get to this checkpoint. But with the Tetras going down on tower, that checkpoint looks like a little bit of a lost cause right now.
Yeah, with that suction rush and that slosher right there, they really didn't stand a chance. So they didn't even attempt it. They just touched that checkpoint and were like, nope, we got to back out. This is not worth our push right now. We need to try and focus, get a little more paint, get a little more kills. This tower's now going to go back to mid with two players down on Blue Glaucuses as Ink in the System able to really take control of mid, now push up and now are on the tower with a one-player advantage. And they're going to be, one of their players is going to go down, and Orbism is now going to be able to get a pick. But again, they're just players coming in 2v2s, 3v2s, all sorts of messes.
Yeah, I mean, so many trades and picks, and both these teams are struggling to find a real big opportunity to get that wipe and get moving. But I mean, 43 points on this map is not to scoff at, especially with a game that's been held in neutral so much. Ink in the System now finally looking for a push their own Divya, pushing around into this snipe area, trying to get a good position, and that's a great space to be if you're a Nautilus. But the tower getting flanked there on the side, and Divya has to back up with the Inkjet ready, not really having an opportunity in a 3v3 situation as Divya's back in mid, and the tower hasn't even chipped off of that checkpoint.
Yeah, every time they approached that checkpoint, they just didn't have the player advantage to push through, but now they do. There are two players down in Blue Glaucuses, as look, Velvet is up top in a really good position, able to get Swag, but unfortunately is now going to go down. Is this going to be enough for the lead for Ink of the System as they have a player advantage? They will almost be taking the lead, but no, a wonderful stop by Blue Glaucuses.
I mean, that looked so good for Ink in the system there. But I mean, Glaucus is with a nice pick coming off of that respawn on top left. The Nautilus, though, with a huge double pick. Now just the Tetra's alive in a 3v2 situation. They are going to find one. They are going to go down, though, and that's going to be the opportunity for Ink in the system to get this checkpoint, or at least a couple more points. 39-43. And again, with how stalemated this game has been, those points can be the difference, and that can be the winning push.
Absolutely, especially because Blue Glaucuses, they are going to have to get to that second checkpoint once again. But like these are really small points, and these checkpoints are definitely the choke points of this match. Blue Glaucuses now able to push up. Can they get some more picks? One player down on Ink in the system, and just 1 minute remaining. Right now, they're going to just try and wait by this tower, wait for the perfect opportunity to push up. The knot is going to go down on Ink in the system, and all the other players are now just kind of up top on this plateau, as we do see a few flanks from Blue Glaucuses now on the tower, and it looks like they do have their splash on ready, so that's going to be really nice if anybody tries to get on this tower. But it looks like we do see a few suction bombs. Will this now be enough? And 2 players down. No, it's almost a wipe. That is a wipe.
It came out of nowhere. I mean, Splixel, the Tetra's on that tower, not where they wanted to be, looking for an opportunity to move up. And they don't have then they can dodge roll off of tower, but they don't have the resources to support themselves. And the Blue Glaucus is without a clear support player, that 96 playing the role of armor. It's really difficult for any of them to just ride tower and actually be contributing, as their specials are less passive than armor. A 3v3 situation now as Kyo gets a nice pick along that left side flank. They're going to go for an overtime push here. Blue Glaucus is hoping for something. 2 of Ink of the system in that snipe. One's gonna trade though, and with another one going on a bubble combo, this is looking like an opportunity. Splixel right in that tower. Bombs though coming out. They just need the pick on tower and hop on to neutralize it. 40, 39, 38, and that is your lead for the Blue Glaucuses in an overtime push that I was not giving enough credit.
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. Ink in the system, they tried to put themselves in an advantage to prevent any sort of overtime. We saw one of the players just kind of lined up there on the left side watching for a flank, but Blue Glaucuses, they were able to just hop on and be like, all right, we have to work together. We need to be around the tower. We can't lump too close, but man, when we get close, we got to unleash these specials, and we need to get to this checkpoint. They were able to do it, and then some, and also get the lead.
Yeah, I mean, if those are the wins you're getting, though, I'm not sitting here comfortably going, you know, Blue Glaucuses felt dominating in that game by any means. I mean, it was so stalled out most of that game, and a nice overtime push to their credit. Rainmaker maybe not giving the same opportunities with such a fast-paced objective.
Yeah, absolutely. In game 1, we saw such a quick game with Splat Zones on Wahoo World, where Ink in the system really stayed dominant that whole time. But having game 2 tower control, there was just so many back and forths where nobody was really making such a strong push. I mean, no team got to that 3rd checkpoint even.
Yeah, and that in mind, I mean, Rainmaker is, you know, very similar to Tower in a lot of ways, except without those checkpoints. So there is obviously the question of, will that give the opening for these teams to get really far pushes and really fast? Or are we going to see, you know, things like that top left area on a push completely stalled out with bombs and forced to take the slower right side route? Which, you know, obviously could just lead to another stalled game. Normally I like to feel like I have some kind of idea of what we're going to go into, but these two teams making that quite difficult.
They are, and they are ready. So let's bring you game 3. Our teams are tied up 1-1. So here we go. Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard.
We are going to see a foil flingza coming out from Iker on the side of Ink of the system. That's going to give them those spammed missiles, a bomb rush, Slosher, coming out on the side of Ink of the system as well. And more common support weapons on both sides, the Junior and the Zap. It's going to lead to a much more familiar game for most of us in the audience.
That's right. And I was going to see if anybody was going to try to go for an early pickup and just ambush and take the left side, but it looks like that's not going to happen, as these teams are a little more cautious on picking up the Rainmaker, using some of these specials. But right now, Blue Glaucuses, they do have some map control, as Ink in the system now able to push up by the Rainmaker. But again, yeah, you want to get these picks, and now it looks like Ink in the system is going to be picking it up. They might be trying to take it to the left side. They backed up just a little bit so their teams can try and get some kills, but now they're going to go take this right side, are going to go down, getting 76, and we have a 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2 situation. A pop right now looking in favor of Blue Glaucus. English is just going to back off and not even go for it, wanting to regroup in mid. Corey playing a dangerous game with that slosher. Now Velvet looking to push up with that slosher and trying to find an opportunity. Divya, though, getting caught out in an awkward position. Special advantage is in favor of Blue Glaucus. So once this Rainmaker resets, which there it is, they're looking to pop some special and push back into mid.
Yeah, so that Rainmaker is going to be popped pretty early. They don't have the player advantage right now. Blue Glaucus says, well, let's see if they try and pick up this Rainmaker. They do have a 1-player advantage now. 3v3 as we speak. 3 of their players are top mid. They are going to be picking up the Rainmaker, but look at this NSAP down below, but is now going to go down to the Squeezer. And that Rainmaker is not really going to go anywhere. And 2 players down on Blue Glaucus is 3 players down. This is great for Ink in the system. They need to pop and pick up this Rainmaker.
Orbism, that Zap on the side of England system, really hoping for an opportunity to stall out that push, but it is them. They're the ones who are going to go down now as Blue Glaucus look to play some defense, and Divya with a nice couple picks. They are going to go down. Lead in the favor of England system as Orbism here pushes it up the right side. They are going to go down to a splat bomb there, 44-92. Iker trying to hold on to this push and getting a nice double kill before going down.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice double. So this Rainmaker is going to be picked up by Blue Glaucus as they're trying to push up this left side. They just want to probably drop it down for now, maybe get a pick or 2 along the way. And let's see, they're still up top on this platform, trying to push all these Ink in the system players out. Ooh, and they're going to be going up this right side now, try to get a little bit more height. They do have a player with them, and it looks like it's the Squeezer who's trying to help support the Rainmaker. Can this Rainmaker really get anywhere? It's going to be hard with the suction rush, and no, they are going to go down. This is actually really nice for Ink in the system because they do have a 1-player advantage, and it's in a spot that they could maybe take it on the left side.
Backing up, they're not wanting to play too aggressively as the Tetras that come off of respawn after having held the Rainmaker. A 1v1 in mid as the Rainmaker tries to look for points along that top left area. They are going to go down to a 3v2 situation as 3 specials are ready for Blue Glaucus, but I mean, they have been stalled out this entire game. They have not had an advantage since it was neutral in the opener.
No, not at all. And look how long this Rainmaker has been up here. Right now, Blue Glaucus says they need to pop it to get this out of there. Ink in the system, they're thinking, okay, this Rainmaker can stay up there. As long as we don't pop it, we have the lead going into the last 2 minutes of this game. But now Blue Glaucuses are going to be picking up the Rainmaker, trying to clear mid before moving forward. But this Soda Slosher trying to get a pick. Soda Slosher is now going to go down. Ink in the system have 1 player down. Blue Glaucus is now pushing up this right side, having to avoid these missiles, but are now going to go down along with 1 other of their players.
Yes, the idea of having Splixel grab there is allowing Swag to have their armor and pop it for an advantage. But, I mean, even then, they are having Splixel grab it again with those Tetras, and they're going to now get stalled out in Slick as Swag here doesn't even have an armor ready. They are getting rid of one of their Slayers in favor of a support player, and it's not paying off yet. Though, obviously, getting a nice armor coordination on a push can be vital. Orbism now with the Rainmaker of Frank in the system forced along this right side, just trying to stall it out mid in a 4v2 situation.
They are. I was going to say they have to watch out for Corey. Corey was making a really good flank, but Orbism's now going to be pushing up this right side. Can they stay alive, avoiding the Tetras? But no, the Tetras are going to get them. So this Rainmaker is going to be really hard for Blue Glaucuses if they want to try and push it up. And again, 61, that doesn't, or 44 doesn't seem like a lot, but based on the stalemate between these 2 teams, I mean, it's going to be really hard if they want to try and push this forward.
But a player advantage to Blue Glaucus as missiles coming out there. Squeezer is going to go down, keeping a 3v3 armor ready for their defense, and 1 player down on the side of Blue Glaucus gives a huge advantage to Ink in the system here. Splixel holding this Rainmaker, trying to find an opportunity. Armor is going to come out from Swag. A 4v3 situation, but 2 specials ready on the side of Ink in the system. Once Splixel gets into this court area, I mean, they're just going to get bombarded with that bomb rush and armor, and they're going to have 4 people on them. Their team need to push up and find picks ahead of Splixel's advantage.
Yeah, Splixel needing to just stay where they are, trying to get a few picks, but unfortunately these Tetra missiles are going to have to move them away. They are not going to be trying to push this on a 3v3. Swag there trying to take down Velvet, but it looks like it's going to be really hard because none of these Ink in the system players are down. And Splixel, I don't know how much time they have remaining on this Rainmaker, just 10 seconds. I don't think they can do it.
No, with 2 down, they have to make
they're alone.
Now, and 4v1 situation, they're not going to be able to find anything. The Slosher calling them out, Velvet beautifully, getting that pick on the fall off, using advantage of their Slosher. I mean, that was, at least maybe in the first minute, it felt pretty even, but a much more dominant game for Ink in the system than we've seen so far this set.
Yeah, Ink in the system played just perfect defense. They did exactly what they needed to do to prevent Blue Glaucuses from pushing up too far, especially with forcing them to stay where they were with that Rainmaker. And I mean, that took so much time off of that Rainmaker clock. And it just became too late. No matter, even if they had maybe a player wipe or something, I don't think they would have had enough time to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a step back, take a look back at our group stages. Blue Glaucus is in the same group as Murder Inc. They went 3-0, and Murder Inc. Got eliminated this round to Surf and Turf. So Blue Glaucus is, either going to a third place match, or going to rematch Murder Inc., or they're going to grand finals if they can find the 2 more games here. Definitely an interesting scenario to be in when losing here means you're having a rematch with some nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always fun, though, to rematch in a tournament like this, Little Squid Lead, Low Ink, it always makes it way more exciting because okay, we saw this team before and we kind of know what they're capable of, and it's kind of rare to have a rematch from group stages too. So I know that they're obviously hoping that they can win to prevent that rematch, but they're going to need to be winning this game if they want to prevent that from happening.
And that Clam Blitz the Reef is where that's going to be decided. At least it's going to start switching back over a map that relies heavily on that alleyway flank, but also just good dominance and good positional control and understanding of the map, controlling that top mid area and knowing when the trees are important to drop into. A similar comes to the other side, the Orbism switching to that Squiffer for in favor over a Zap, which we've seen them play so far this set, but otherwise pretty familiar comps for this team. Corey switching to that 52 gal.
Yeah, so we will be seeing a Booyah Bomb here this time. And again, Blue Glaucus says they need to win to stay alive. If Ink in the system wins this, they will be moving on to the finals. So let's see who's going to be the first to kind of take over this map, get some picks, and maybe get a Power Clam. Now, the last time we watched Clam Blitz in the previous set, it took a while for both teams, Sommerzeit and Murder Inc. to really form a bunch of power claims, even though they could get close to the basket. And right now we do have a player with 9-1 with a power claim and able to score, so that's going to be a pretty quick score, just about 40 seconds in for Inc. in the system, getting down to 62.
Yeah, the Splash-O-Matic, they're going down, leaving Velvet alone in this top car area, but they don't want their push to end, though they don't have clams to sustain it right now. Velvet barely staying alive to that Splat Bomb there, opting to jump out in a 4v2 situation, keep their life. Corey now pushed up. I mean, this is fast-moving gameplay if these two teams can keep the pressure and keep the clams coming.
Yeah, once kind of that basket closes and you see the enemy team just ready to strike, and that's exactly what they did. They picked up the power claim. They picked up another power claim, threw it in. They need 3 more claims if they want to, or 2 more claims if they want to take the lead, or a power claim. That will do it too. So we've already seen some very quick scoring in this game. Blue Glaucus is going to have 2 players going down, and that basket is now going to be closing. Ink of the system still has a decent map control near mid, as neither team has a lot of claims.
Yeah, but Blue Glaucus is putting their Pity Clem into that push. It's gonna mean that they need to form one or are a little bit slower on a push in the future. And for a push of 40, that's not great, but it definitely is something, especially if they can get back to that stalemate position we've been in these past games. Splixel, though, gonna go down to missiles, and that's gonna give an advantage to Ink in the system, not the stalemate that Blue Glaucuses want to see when they're in the lead. A flank going in to that left alley as Velvet passes Clams, looking to make a ball. Bubbles already as Velvet wants to push into that street area.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. They do now have a player advantage, so working with that suction rush as well, they are going to score. Well, they have a lot of claims to follow up. It looks like they're able to score a few, and it looks like Velvet is able to get a few claims in. Unfortunately for them, is going to go down. They need 4 more claims if they want to take the lead, but no players are in position to do so right now, so that basket's going to close. Blue Glaucus is going to be holding on to this lead with just half of the time remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the picks come out for both teams, and we're seeing good special coordination, but we're just not quite seeing the dedication to getting these clams in the basket or picking the clams up before the push. The Tetra's going down. Kyo stuck in that Inkjet. That's going to give an advantage to Ink in the system. Armor is ready, but they need to form clams. They need to put them together. A ton of clams are on bot mid as Divya pushes up. Hopefully going to get some more clams than just the 13 we see right now into that basket if they get a successful push.
Yeah, and look at this pressure on the basket with the bubbles moving. The Buoy Bomb tried to stop it. I think it actually got the player with the power claim. So that power claim is going to drop right by the basket. And just the Squeezer's alive, going to have to drop down and pick it up. Can they get it in? They do. But unfortunately, there's really going to be no follow-up and not enough to take the lead either. So they get rid of their penalty points, but they are going to be getting some more penalty points, unfortunately. If they would have had a player with just 2 more clams there, they would have been able to take the lead.
But now 1 power clam is the difference in this game for Blue Glaucuses. I mean, slowly chipping down that timer, or that counter, sorry, for in the system. 1 power clam is going to give them the win, and that power clam is now formed as one fights around the left side looking for an opportunity. They are going to go down in a 4v2 situation. Now Missiles spreading kill around here, forcing him into Inkjet as they now pressure this Swiffer back into this backside area. They are going to jump out, keeping their life, trying to get that armor ready. A 3v3 situation with special advantage in favor of Blue Glaucuses. Kyo pushing along this top mid, Corey painting around that left side. This is the gameplay you want to be seeing positionally, and this is where you want to see the paint coming out as Splixel looks for this left side alley flank.
Blue Glaucus is trying to push up now as they do have some map control, and Ink in the system now using a Suction Rush 2 to try and take some more map. 2 specials are ready on Blue Glaucuses. Both teams have their Pity Clam ready, but you know, you don't want to throw it in right now, not too early. Ooh, and Divya is now going to be going down to that Suction Bomb. Corey's going to be using this Booyah Bomb, try and target one of the players or prevent a path for them from moving. And now they are going to be pushing up once again. No power claims ready for Blue Glaucuses except for their Pity Claim. Kyo now with 8 claims. Are they going to be trying to make this push? Corey with 8 claims too. Are they going to try and get something to work? Corey now going to pick up a power claim, able to score. So they need to follow up if they want to try and extend this lead. And Kyo now coming up and throwing in some more claims. And 2 players are down now on Ink of the System. 2 players down now on Blue Glaucuses. 3 players down now on Blue Glaucuses. And that basket looks like it may be closing. We are going to be going into overtime.
Still is a 1-ball game. Getting that ball in is going to get them down to 33. So it's a ball on the clam, sorry. But Velvet now with those bubbles looking for an opportunity. They are going to go down. 3 power clams were made there. Orbism is a huge target, and they're not going to be able to find it in. The bro, this is a and that's your game. I mean, for a second, they're looking like Ink of the System had an opportunity, but with too many power clams on the field, Blue Glaucuses takes this win and looks for a Game 5 comeback.
Oh boy, Brush, this is what we want for the semifinals. This is so exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, these 2 teams not even playing super frantically. I mean, playing pressured, but I mean, look right there. It's back and forth, each game trading. And now in Splatzone's Piranha Pit, where we saw a blob on Splatzone's Wahoo World really dominate from Velvet, maybe wanting to replicate here is Ink in the System.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is the first time we're seeing Splat Zones again in this rotation. And from what we saw during Game 1, Ink in the System, they seemed very, very dominant with that performance. They're hoping to replicate the same exact thing. However, Piranha Pit's a little different. There are 2 splat zones that you need to control, so you really want to be careful. And it's kind of a big map with a lot of, you know, essentially useless space in this map, so a lot of opportunity for people to build up specials. I think there's probably going to be a lot of bombs too, and you got to watch those ramps. People coming off these ramps, maybe some splashdowns, and it's going to be a very different game from Wahoo World.
Yeah, I hate to keep focusing on Velvet, but we have seen them use Blob, Slosher, and Foil Squeezer, and all 3 of them are very viable here. So Ink in the System really having to craft and a comp that works for them as they look to face Surf and Turf in the grand finals. Though Blue Glaucus is, you know, wanting to come back here with something with the fiery, passionate rage of that last win, not wanting to hit Murder Inc. in the 3rd place match, looking themselves to take this win. A lot of nerves going into this match. First Game 5 of this bracket so far.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun. And I know that these 2 teams are nervous too. They are just 1 game away from making the finals of Little Squid League 19. And they've got to be excited. They've got to be nervous. They've got to be feeling all sorts of emotions right now.
And it's hard to cloud through them. I mean, these 2 teams taking a little bit longer to ready up as they have in the past. As I said, you know, Ink of the System needing to craft a comp a little bit more eloquently. You know, we've seen these teams play with support roles and opt to have another midline Slayer with armor. We saw the Squiffer come out last game. these two teams have not been sticking to what we normally see as the meta, and so right here we're gonna see what they come out with. And a 96 gal, exactly that, no support player on the side of Blue Glaucus's, though a more traditional comp with Velvet on the foil squeeze of Ring in the system. This is game 5 for a chance to play in the finals.
It is, and it's going to be so good. We do see armor on both sides, as well as now teams are just trying to really find their footing on this map. They're just going around the inclines too, doing whatever they can, but one player down now on Ink of the system. They are able to prevent this cap for now, but now we have a 3v3, and now we do see some more kills as we see a 2v2. Will this be enough for a cap for Ink in the system? And it is. And just not for a long time, though. There was a very quick counter cap by Blue Glaucus for just a little bit, and I think this is what's going to happen most of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, normally we see a lot of stalemating on Piranha Pit zones because of how quickly the zone can be capped. And I'm honestly surprised Swag has been doing a really good job keeping that zone neutral, you know, only at 94 here. And a Booyah Bomb coming out, a 3v4 situation in favor of Ink in the system. They're looking to hold onto the zone a little bit longer. And Swag, though, is pushing up with that 96 gal, using their range to their advantage and keeping this game close. Though Cap finally going back to Ink in the system, though not before it stalled 2 ticks later. Yeah, a lot of stalling so far this game.
Yeah, it really is, and now there's going to be 2 players down on Blue Glaucus's. As Blue Glaucus is now armored, it's going to be harder. Can they get that pick on the rail? And they do. They need to get this pick. Okay, so that's going to be really good for them. Unfortunately, they had a few players go down, and look at that pop off with this squeezer, just getting like 4 picks in a row. Really, really nice. But once again, they don't have the zone quite yet. There is going to be, looks like a jump, ooh, and a nice splat bomb to prevent that. 2 players down on Blue Glaucus's. As look at this map, it's so green. They're forcing this Blue Glaucus's team all the way to the back.
Yeah, 40 ticks past there as Blue Glaucus is kind of dropped in one by one. Splixel now doing the same thing on this ramp is going to get seen by Orbism, though they are going to make their way into zone and get called out and go down. A 4v3 situation now as Ink of the system looks to hold onto the zone. Orbism using that zap to their advantage, keeping this zone painted. The armor coming out from the 96 gal Swag on the side of Blue Glaucus's, but they're getting pushed right back as Akari here uses that splash, uses their 100% accuracy, and just keeps any pressure from above in their favor. A 3v2 situation now as they keep zone capped. 45 ticks left for Ink of the system to go to grand finals.
I know, and man, if Blue Glaucus are able to cap, they're really going to need to do that because, oh, that's going to be a nice double. So this is going to be the opportunity. Wow, there was no commentator's curse there. Normally the exact opposite happens. So Blue Glaucus is able to make that cap, giving 45 penalty points to Ink in the system, and they make very quick work on just painting all around the zone as well.
Splixel recognizing their position isn't the best. They're going to jump back in. That's going to give them an opportunity to charge that splashdown, which is now ready. 20 ticks for lead here as Ink of the system looks to push back in the zone. Splixel trying to find an opportunity. Their splashdown getting canceled. Cap though still on the side of Blue Glaucus. Divya looking for an opportunity to cap this zone. They are not going to be able to find another pick, though the zone is neutral here. Divya stalling this zone the best they can, trying to get those missiles ready. They are ready now, and they are going to pop them. They're going to find 3 on this map, so the 52 gal is going to be able to push up through left and get that pick. A 3v3 situation as zone is neutral now from the other end. Velvet coming in with that foil squeezer, finding one zone. The splashdown, though, coming out from Splixel, keeping this zone neutral. And finally, Blue Glaucus get a hold of the zone again. Now looking for the lead, but not before the other zone. Neutrals to that bomb rush. So much back and forth gameplay here.
Yeah, that's the hard part about a split zone. As soon as you turn your head, the other zone is capped. But look, Blue Glaucus is trying to prevent these penalty points from appearing, but we just see pick after pick, 3 players down. This could do it. It's going to be the lead for Blue Glaucus for the first time in this game, in game 5. Oh, how long can they hold on?
60 more seconds in this game, and with 45 penalty points for Ink in the system and not even a cap yet, Blue Glaucus is I'm sure, having a sigh of relief here, though not before they have to keep this zone cap and keep it neutral. You know, a minute of solid gameplay is very difficult as the bomb rush comes out from the side of Ink in the system. Kyo going down for Blue Glaucus is giving the advantage to Ink in the system.
I'd be amazed if they can keep it neutral that whole time, and they don't. 51 penalty points for Blue Glaucus as Ink in the system capping for the first time in probably about 2 minutes of this match and trying to get it back now. 2 players down on Ink in the system. This is going to be really nice for Blue Glaucus. They are able to cap 44 penalty points for Ink in the system. and we have under 30 seconds remaining and a lot of purple on this map. This is really nice for Blue Glaucuses as they're just trying to hug the zone. They need to make sure that this zone is constantly painted, not contested, able to get a pick. The right side of the zone is now taken. Splixel able to push forward, has some missiles on them, saw that suction rush as well. Can they hold on for long enough? 2 players down on Ink in the system, and it looks like, is this going to be it? Oh, it is!
Unable to cap that zone, and the system gets a hold of their zone, but not both, and that means there's no overtime. Blue Glaucus is taking that game, managing to break out of a nasty lockout and give one of their own. They are going to grand finals, avoiding Murder Inc. in the 3rd place match, who they saw during groups.
Man, that game too, Ink in the system, once again, it was very similar to the very first Splat Zones game we saw in the set, where Ink in the system were able to just really take control for a majority of the match and not letting Blue Glaucuses in. But this time, Blue Glaucuses, they had an answer during the second half of that match. They were able to take the lead and then just contest the zone, and it really allowed them to just apply the pressure this whole time. But yeah, look at this clip from game 1. Look how far down Blue Glaucuses allowed Ink in the system to get, all the way to 9 before their first cap. But then after that, it was going to be really hard, and they just couldn't get that match. So a very, very different approach in this recent game, and Blue Glaucuses, they really have to be happy with themselves.
I mean, in hindsight, Swag switching off of that support player, playing that 96 cal, maybe gave them that win, as we saw on Splat Zone's Piranha Pit. You know, the range of the 96 cal allowing them to pressure the drop area from ramp. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with grand finals, Surf and Turf versus the Blue Glaucuses after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Little Squid League 19. We are getting started with the finals. We have Surf and Turf versus the Blue Glocalces. Brush, we saw a fantastic set versus Blue Glocalces versus Ink in the System. Went 3-2 all the way to Game 5, but we're ready for finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see Surf and Turf and Blue Glocalces face it off here. I don't know if you see that there. Second in Gamma, Low Ink February, winners of Gamma, Low Ink February. This is a rematch from the most recent Low Ink, where Glocalces won 3-1 in Grand Final. Surf and Turf coming from the losers bracket, not even able to have a bracket reset. Blue Glocalces is here on pace to be the second team from the Ocean 7 conglomerate to win Little Squid League.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact that you're having a rematch with the team that you faced in a tournament before, especially one as good as Low Ink, and you're in the finals for Little Squid League, let's just hop right into it. Let's go.
Here you go. You're going to see a Tri-Slosher come out on the side of Surf and Turf, I believe to be one of their staple weapons, but double armor on their side, the Zap and Junior coming out. That's going to maybe be able to outpaint Swag here on these zones. The Junior on the side of Blue Glocalces. Is Cap going first to Surf and Turf for that C-Jet, or V-Jet, sorry, using that range. Surf and Turf with a much more traditional comp compared to the Blue Glocalces, but the Zap going down early.
Yeah, Zap's going to be going down early. And Surf and Turf, they took the early cap, aren't able to really pick it up. And now that they have 2 players down, they have a 1-player advantage. The Blue Glocalces are going to be taking the zone. These missiles are going to help target them for just a little bit, as these Tetras are now going to try and come up. They are going to go down. The Jet Squads are trying to avoid these bubbles and try and stay above on this bridge, trying to stay alive. Now trying to take down this Squeezer who has the bubbles pushing forward. And not a lot of kills just yet, but Blue Glocalces is able to get it to 80, and there is the counter cap there by Surf and Turf. We see some rain, and now 2 players down on Blue Glocalces.
60 seconds in, Goodra, the V-Jet, is already on their second pair of missiles. They've done a fantastic job staying alive and keeping this ground painted. We're going to see third here. Look for an opportunity to find a pick. They're going to get a ton of hits, but not quite find one as they now pop armor. The Tri-Slosher going down is going to give advantage to Blue Glocalces to push back in the zone. But third here, I mean, basically playing a skirmisher, has been able to stall now for 30 points and allow their time for their teammate to respawn and keep this game actually neutral as Corey now pushes back in the zone, looks for an opportunity against this Tri-Slosher.
Oh, and that was a really nice double there, especially jumping in right when bubbles are there. That's going to be nice for Blue Glocalces, but they lost the zone for just a little bit. They're going to need to get this cap as soon as possible because they did have a 3-person player advantage, hiding under this bridge now to avoid some missiles on the zone, and still have some penalty points that they're trying to get rid of. So I think it was barely a missed opportunity for them, as they now have a few players down, and Surf and Turf able to try and come back. Ooh, and a nice cancel there by the Slosher up on the bridge. 3 players down in Blue Glocalces.
Yeah, and that gives Surf and Turf still holding this advantage here and continuing their lead as they have 20 more penalty points to go. But, ooh, a nice pick by Corey with that foil squeezer. They're now going to push across top mid, look for an opportunity to find that V-Jet, who's been doing such a good job this game. 4 missiles, and we're only halfway through. And Cap is going to fall into Blue Glocalces' favor as Corey here holds a very nice position on top mid.
That's right, and now they are able to get rid of these penalty points, trying to extend their points and maybe take the lead as 2 players are down on Surf and Turf. This is going to be really nice. They want to try and touch up on this zone for just a bit, making sure that no players are flanking from any side. Corey ready with the bubbles, but having to avoid these Tenta missiles, able to stay alive. Will this be enough for them to take the lead? But they see the splat bomb behind, and it is not. That is going to be a cap by Surf and Turf, and 3 players down on Blue Glocalces.
James, that Tri-Slosher there really coming in clutch, finding a huge number of picks, and third there with the Zap, finding a nice pick. I'm going to look for another one here on that jump. The Tetras are going to find a way to stay alive with those dodge rolls. I mean, back and forth, but Surf and Turf is looking favorable here for sure, as Cap stays in their favor, even though they are 1 down, a 4v3 situation in Blue Glocalces' favor.
6 missiles already on the side of Surf and Turf, and 8 armors that have been used, so they are really doing a good job holding on, and especially with how close this game is. Blue Glocalces is able to cap now as they're trying to push third out from on top of the bridge, and the Tri-Slosher there on the other side too, and Splixel is now trying to stay alive, avoiding these Tenta missiles, going to go back to the zone and avoid this mist as well. 2 players down on Surf and Turf. This is going to be enough for Blue Glocalces to take the lead, and they do.
Yeah, Splixel here doing a good job just kind of rotating around, playing that skirmisher role as the Tetras. Looking for a pick here now on James. They're going to find a trade where they maybe didn't want one, but in a situation like this, a 3v3, now 3v2 in their favor, that's going to allow them to get huge points as Armor comes out from third. They're looking for an opportunity on this block on top mid. Finding a nice pick, but 20 ticks left and going down in a trade. Conservative has to throw a cap together here quickly, and that's exactly what they do. James here pushing on bottom mid, running out of ink first, but finding the cap and hopefully this other pick, the Quarry. Wow, nice pick on that Squeezer gameplay.
Yeah, Corey able to do a really good job there. 2 players out, 3 players down on Surf and Turf. So this is going to be really nice for Blue Glaucuses, as both teams have quite a bit of penalty points, but Blue Glaucus is able to really push up as far as they can. They haven't been able to push up this far so far in this match, as we even see a player having to jump back out to spawn when they're by the car. They weren't able to push it up. And now Kio's saying, hey, let's go back this way. We need to touch up on our zone. They're going to be coming in hot, but is this going to be enough for them to get rid of their penalty points? It's going to be really close as we have a 4v4, 20 seconds remaining. Surf and Turf trying to push in, trying to get this cap, and they do, giving 41 penalty points to Blue Glaucuses. 2 players down.
Even getting that cap with that junior, doing a good job staying alive here, playing passively, getting their armor ready. A nice pick there for Surf and Turf. That's going to allow them some extra time as they move into overtime. 30 ticks for this lead, and that's exactly what they want. Armor is ready on the side of Blue Glaucuses. That gives them a little bit of an advantage, but they do have to push down here. Kyo going for a nice pick on James. They are going to find it, and the zone is going to fall halfway in their favor, and right as third gets pushed out of zone, the other one falls as well. Blue Glaucuses with a game 1 win on Splatzone's Reef.
Oh man, it's so hard when you have the zone and when you're trying to protect it, because there are 3 sides you have to protect: left, right, and above the bridge. And that was exactly what happened for Blue Glaucuses. They were able to take advantage of that, jump down, get a pick, and then paint from behind. And it was really, really nice for them. And yeah, they were able to take the lead and the win.
The good news here, if you're Surf and Turf, the silver lining, is that history is not repeating itself. Low Ink, Day 2 Gamma Bracket in those finals, Surf and Turf took a Game 1 win on Splatstone Starfish main stage and continued to not win a single game beyond that point. Starting from the back foot gives them an opportunity here to, get a counter pick that favors them and really turn the tides early. Blue Glaucuses, Blue Glaucuses obviously in a little bit of hype as they, look to just take another, in what could be in their minds, an easy win after that low ink Gamma Bracket win.
And as you see here, they're going to be choosing a selection. It's going to be Splat Zone's Humpback Pump Track. And remember, this is a best of 7. So it takes 4 games to win. Blue Glaucus is hoping they can do it just 4 in a row, but we see the counter pick by Surf and Turf. And what are your initial thoughts about this, Brush?
I mean, we spoke a little bit in the gap about this team that had picked the same map they had lost on in a counter pick and then came back and won. And I think there's a lot of skepticism in going back to a mode you lose on, or going back at least right next to it. Surf and Turf, though, confident they can take a game of Splat Zones, and a win's a win in this scenario. And here you're going to see them coming up with a Dynamo with that Booyah, huge weapon here, and Ballpoint for the first time for Blue Glaucuses, looking to get some range and, call out that Dynamo, not let them have space.
I like the weapon choices, especially the ballpoint. We didn't even see it in the previous set, so this is going to be something that's new for all of us. That's going to be a very quick cap for Surf and Turf, as they're also able to get some picks too. So normally this first cap only lasts for about like five units of points, and so it's going to be a different story now, as Surf and Turf still able to hold on to the zone even though they have a player down. There is some rain that is now going to contest the zone, and that's going to quickly go to Blue Glaucuses with a 25-point penalty.
Here's what I just saw. I saw 20 seconds of gameplay. Missiles come out. Splixel goes down. And by the time Splixel had respawned, they had flanked behind them, gotten a double, and capped. Splixel is the linchpin right now in terms of enabling the Blue Glaucuses to push in on those Tetras. And so if Surf and Turf can find that pick and call them out when they're pushing, they're not going to have an opportunity. But there you go. Splixel getting another 2 picks, looking for a third here in the bunker area. They are going to find that wipe in their favor. 70 ticks plus penalty in their favor.
That's a wipe, and look how green the map is already. Typically, when a wipe happens, it's like, okay, now it's 50-50. We gotta paint, but guess what? They already had that paint coverage, so that's gonna give Blue Glaucuses the lead right now, and this ballpoint's in a really good position to just kind of strike forward. We do see a Booyah Bomb trying to attack the zone. It's gonna contest it for just a little bit. 2 players down now on Surf and Turf. Blue Glaucus is able to keep this zone extending down to under 50 remaining, and just doing a really good job using these specials and preventing Surf and Turf from pushing in.
There's your 4th missile of the game coming out from Gudra there on that V-Jet, looking for a pick on the Splixel, the Tetris. They're not going to quite find it. Zone now contested behind Splixel as they falls very briefly to give some penalty points for Blue Glaucus. A 3v1 situation. Just Gudra alive as they're forced to back up. Another successful defense from Blue Glaucus on that zone, keeping Surf and Turf locked out.
And now 1 player down on Surf and Turf as Blue Glaucuses, yeah, they still have a lot of map control. So Surf and Turf, they're kind of coming back into waves, and it's really hard for them. Ooh, and the ballpoint's now going to go down. I thought they were going to get that pick. We do see a Booyah Bomb going towards mid. Surf and Turf trying to throw it, trying to contest. It's been a while since they had it, but now they do have the zone with just over half the time remaining. Splashdown cancel. Wow, it's a very late cancel. A very nice pick by Gudra there, as they are now trying to push and lock out some of these member of Blue Glaucuses. Can that Jet get that pick? No, looks like they were just 1 shot away, and with the armor, it's going to be much harder. And now 1 player down on Blue Glaucuses. Will this be enough? They're going to try and hold on and take the lead. It's going to be a little bit, it's going to be pretty tricky for them, but now they are 2 down. It's going to be hard, and Blue Glaucus is able to take the zone on the wipe.
Gudra on that V-Jet, eyes everywhere, watched their bunker behind them and in zone, and it almost paid off, but I mean, ultimately going down, having a special coordination from the side of Blue Glaucuses forced Surf and Turf out and just leaving the Dynamo alone in zone to go down. Now 3rd, looking for an opportunity to find a pick on Swag, and Swag with the Junior, a nice fall-off pick on that top left area. They're going to abandon the position to help in zone once again, but now no more penalty points, 20 ticks remaining, and Blue Glaucuses are looking for a 2nd zones win back-to-back. James going down on that window is going to be huge. 3rd, but with the Dynamo pushing up a little too far, finding a nice trade, and Cap somehow falling to Surf and Turf as a 1v1 in the zone. Junior v Junior, armor v no armor, and Swag not gonna find an opportunity, though, use as a jumping point. Just Steven alone in zone trying to find an opportunity. Swag taking that left side flank, gonna find a pick on the Dynamo, leaving Steven alone, who's going to jump out. 40 ticks plus penalty points. Blue Glaucus is on their way to a 2nd victory.
Surf and Turf did everything they needed to do to try and cap the zone, and they did, and they were able to hold on. A lot of their players were down, but also trying to get those Blue Glaucuses players. It really worked out for them as they got to 51, but now Blue Glaucuses they still have the lead. I was going to say they do have the zone, but not anymore, as it's just really going back and forth in this last minute. Surf and Turf, they need to do it right now. 3 players down on Blue Glaucuses. This is going to be their opportunity. A Booyah Bomb thrown at the zone, and they need to lock out some of these players. Some of the Blue Glaucus players now jumping in, trying to stay alive, trying to also flank, and they are doing a really good job just pushing forward. Surf and Turf really needing to hold on to the zone, but look at Splixel over on the side, uncontested, now pushing forward. Is that going to be enough to cap the zone?
Oh, nice pick of the shooting before Armor could come out, though, going down to the Dynamo. Armor does manage to get popped, and 3rd finding a pick on Swag. That leaves a 3v2 situation. 3v1 as Kill goes down. Just the ballpoint. Corey forced on that left side, missiled, and not finding an opportunity to find the pick, though forcing them into an awkward situation. 20 penalty points plus 20 points for lead here as Burst Bomb Rush is ready for Surf and Turf. Their life is #1 priority as Corey fights along this right side with Gudra. Gudra playing a little too aggressive, going down a 3v3 situation as Splitsel gets called out. 20 ticks for lead as we go into overtime. Steven looking for an opportunity, finding Swag on the right side, that Junior. 5 ticks for lead here. Bomb Rush coming out on zone, they have to paint, and they are able to do it. 14-13, they need cap for 2 seconds here, and they will get the win to Dynamo, doing exactly that.
Man.
Not even popping their booyah, and taking that game, tying the set 1-1.
Wow, that overtime. Oh my god. Okay, so we have to step back for just a second too, because of how drawn out that overtime was and how close that zone was, just like in the middle the entire time. And it was so tricky for Surf and Turf to push forward and get the win, but they were able to do it in overtime. I didn't think it was going to happen, but they pulled it off.
I mean, that's the power of a Dynamo on a map like that with so much room for your ink to fall off and find a pick. In that overtime, you're able to hug one side of the zone, the side they got lucky, the side that wasn't being contested, and rained terror. Doing a good job not popping that booyah and leaving zone to get capped. A 1-1 set. I said history is not repeating itself. It definitely is not repeating itself now as we move to a game 3 Blue Glaucuses, wanting to get Servant back onto the back foot and take this set.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. We're not going to see splat zones anymore in this finals because both teams have already won on splat zones. So you can't make it as a counter pick. As back and forth as these games were, as much as we want to see more splat zones and just the cap, the no cap, the counter cap, all of that, we're going to see what these teams choose, and it looks like it's going to be Blue Glaucus's pick for the counter pick. So I'm curious to see what they're going to pick.
I do believe in the rules there is a provision, and this isn't in every tournament. Once all 4 modes are played, you can go back to a mode you've won on. So instead of being stuck in a situation where you're picking Clam Blitz over and over and over and over again and losing that way, in this set, once we hit TC Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, in theory, games 6 and 7 can be modes that have already been played and won. Clam Blitz here, Piranha Pit, is going to be our first non-Splat Zones game this grand final set. What are your thoughts?
This is one of my favorite Clam Blitz maps. I'll be honest. Piranha Pit clams, it's so fun. We could see a Stingray here. We haven't really seen many Rays because we haven't really had many Rainmaker matches where it would really become super useful. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, normally someone has to. It's obligatory that someone says we're gonna see a C-Jet here. But Surf and Turf with that V-Jet, Goodra, spamming those missiles, it would not be unusual to me if they stick with it here, knowing how their team can play off missiles. That said, obviously, C-Jet, notable in its own right, Stingray, great here. And might I add, a man of good taste on the mic with me in Clam Blitz maps. We have our differences over Shellendorf. But if we can agree on Clam Blitz, Piranha Pit, we'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see it because I think this is also a map that we see a lot of people jump in with their power claims, whether they're like right under the basket or they have a spot to go to after they score, which kind of is down and useless, and that could also be a good jumping spot. But let's see which weapons both of these teams choose, and we now see an Octobrush. So that is the Octobrush, the Kenzo Octobrush. So it looks like we'll be seeing a stamp.
Yeah, and the lack of any backlines on this map, even as long-ranged as it is, Surf and Turf doing a good job getting some paint control early, third playing around this right side, looking for a pick on Corey. They are going to drop down into an unadvantageous position. They are going to go down, though, with Splitzo getting called out on the other side of the map. That leaves a 3v3. James getting a nice trade on that K-shot. That's going to remove missiles from the side of Blue Glaucus's. Goodra now looking for an opportunity with this Tri-Slosher, as double armor. The first one getting pops there. Goodra looking for an opportunity, just kind of flinging around the side, really wanting to open up the map here and get a push moving.
The Blue Glaucuses, they do have a power claim formed, but Surf and Turf not shy on pushing forward to try and take it out. And Swag the Junior is probably the furthest, well, they are now the furthest one who is alive, as they're not going to be going back. Splitzel is also trying to go back too. Surf and Turf doing a really good job getting map control, getting some picks. James now has a power claim ready, going to be painting, might be pushing in with the stamp. Let's see. No, they are going to go down, but they are still applying this pressure, still picking it up. Gutra are going to be trying to get this power claim perhaps, but no, 2 players on Surf and Turf are going down. Dynamo throws the Booyah Bomb, able to score, pick up the power claim, but that's not going to get them a lot of points. Oh no, James is still alive. James is going up the side, trying to throw in some more clams, but that is just going to be a 1 power claim push for Surf and Turf.
So now it's Surf and Turf's job to justify opening the basket. You're going to give Blue Glaucus a free pity clam. You're going to give them map control as you go down in that wipe. It is your job now to justify getting the clam, and Corey here on the right side is making that difficult. Junior going down on the side of Surf and Turf, leaving them with 1 armor weapon. The Swag going down on the side of Blue Glaucus, that's going to make it even more difficult. A jump play coming in. Corey now trying to find this ball and justify themselves, but Kyo there with clams alone doesn't need the jump play, and they're going to get the timer all the way down to 56. A valiant push, especially in a game that's 2 minutes to stalemate.
Oh yeah, and there was a ton of green paint there, so that really gave him the mobility and flexibility to just kind of run around and stay alive. Getting the 56, a really good push, especially because Surf and Turf, when they scored, they could only get the 80. They couldn't get any follow-up clams in, and we've just seen a lot of splats in this match compared to some of our other games. These teams are not shy, they are not afraid to be aggressive, and that is what we love to see in Clam Blitz. Surf and Turf now has a power claim. They're trying to push up, but Blue Glass is now doing a good job preventing it. We are going to see James now with the stamp taking out a few members of Blue Glaucuses as Gudra now approaching this basket. Maybe we'll see a jump in. Let's find out. Yep, we see that this way. Third has a power claim, trying to avoid these missiles, and it's going to be hard. Gudra's still back there. Third not able to make that jump as they were being contested, but that's a wipe. This is definitely going to be a push for Surf and Turf. Oh, Gudra with 9 claims, really wanting to score 2 power claims, and Gudra still with 9 claims is going to go down, getting all the way to 38. So a wonderful push by Surf and Turf, and it's not over yet. Now it is.
Now it is. Commentating first, obviously. But I mean, hey, getting a wipe there, you're going to give space to Blue Glaucuses, but 32 is very strong, especially when a power clam doesn't even void your penalty points if you're Blue Glaucuses. A 4v3 situation as the foil squeezer, sorry, is on respawn. Splixel looking for an opportunity around this right side, though. Being a Tetra with a power clam, your position is going to be called out. It makes your job as a skirmisher much more difficult.
We have about a minute 30 remaining. 3v3, 2 specials ready on the side of Blue Glaucuses as they are going to be going down with the power claim. So Surf and Turf trying to paint, but watch this bubble push. This bubble push is kind of an empty push with no power claim. Now Gudra behind with the power claim, backing up towards their right side, trying to maybe build their special as they can push forward. 2 players down on Surf and Turf, so this is really good. 3 players down. They are now going to be trying to strike, trying to extend this, or trying to get the lead now, and they might do it here.
Yeah, they get a delayed wipe, and the junior who is sharking James by that goal now going down as well. Gudra, solo missile, trying to find an opportunity. They're going to find a trade, but oh my gosh, 3 more clams as this game is just the junior jumps out. She's going to save their life this time, keep pressure on the map. They jump out a very strong play. Surf and Turf effectively has to knock out here in the next minute, including that overtime, and we all know how notorious Clam Blitz overtime can be.
So if you're Blue Glaucuses, what you're thinking right now is, okay, we just need to play defense. We don't need to try anything fancy. We just need to prevent this push. And 2 players are going to go down. Oh, and this is going to be another score from them. So I didn't expect for them to score power claim really quickly, but Keo now going to be throwing in some claims. Is this going to be enough? They need 2 more claims to take the lead, and it looks like Splixel was there, but it had no claims, and nope, it's not going to happen.
You know, the good news, Falco, is that we were all thinking it. We all wanted Blue Glaucuses to play calm, but Splixel said no, finding 2 picks that are opening it up. Now, Steven, is that? Or the brush there on the side of Serpent taking this this far flank. James, sorry, with the hammer ready, looking for an opportunity. They're not going to quite find one yet. They are going to find a nice trade, though, on Kyo. That's going to be the missile player down. But now just Splixel playing defense. Corey from
2 power claims coming in.
Moving in. 2 power clams. Get dunked. They need 20 points to win, though. Just in the rush in this respawn as we move into overtime here, finding clams to grab, but they're not going to find an opportunity to get towards this goal. 3v1, and that's Blue Glaucus' win on their counter pick.
Surf and Turf's attempt to score, well, they did score, but their attempt to take the lead, it looked really promising at first with 2 power claims. Unfortunately, there was just no support for them, no follow-up, and weren't able to do it. You just have 1 player alive at that point. All eyes on Blue Glaucuses are on that player. The brush, I mean, they did what they needed to do because they needed to get to that basket as quickly as possible. So they're like, I'm not going to try and attack them because that's not going to suit us well. It's just going to slow me down. I need to be lucky and try and make this push. Unfortunately for them, it did not work out, and Blue Glaucuses are up 2-1.
You know, we saw in the last set, Blue Glaucuses, it's kind of their story right now. And one of the things they were doing is they were experimenting with their support role. They weren't just playing junior. And I had, at first, as we saw the first 2 maps here on Splat Zones, I had chalked that up to simply being Splat Zones and needing to paint control. But I'm starting to think that was an intentional counter pick idea here, and we might just see more junior gameplay. We might not see the 96 scout, the Swiffer come out, or Swiffer, sorry, was on the other team. I was on Ink of the System, but we might not see the 96 come out. We might not see the experimentation. We might see more standardized stuff here. Especially as they move into unfamiliar territory, map modes they might not have practiced. It's Surf and Turf's counter pick, and they choose Tower Control Manta Maria.
Ooh, this is going to be really hard. There are so many walls on this stage, so like places that you you can just attack the tower and seemingly come out of nowhere. Especially with a very predictable tower path too. So it's not one of those maps that are like, oh wait, which way does this tower go? How do I have to prepare myself? No, it's literally just going to go down through that little hallway all the way down. So I like this pick. I don't really know what to expect, but again, I don't think we're going to see many backlines, and we certainly haven't before in this set.
Yeah, I mean, I've joked before on this map mode that the third checkpoint is really the goal. The tower goes to that street area and moves left, where we're seeing that pink ink right now, not anymore, sorry. And the tower then drops down. And by the time you're there, it's really hard to get a push through there and a push past it. So once you're there, that feels like the game decided. Though with how these games have going, starting splat zones on a humpback pump track, seeing how that clams went back and forth, that might not be the case here. We might be seeing a game of really big tower pushes and really extravagant defenses. But, these two teams take a little bit longer to ready up than usual. Maybe some experimentation as well.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I feel like Piranha Pit Clams was similar to a Splat Zones pick, so they didn't really have to focus on what they wanted to change during then. This is another mode you're like, okay, we really need to focus and choose our weapons. So we see a double Tri-Slosher on the side of Surf and Turf. All right, so we're gonna be seeing some armor here. Okay, armor and rain. Yeah.
And also, just a little pinch on my shoulder. We're going to see the 96 scalp inside of Blue Caucasus 2 experimentation map, or comps here. And one of the Tri-Slashers already going down. The L3, which is here for some reason, goes down as well. A 4v2 situation as Surfendorf gets the first push here. Armor now expired. A Tri-Slasher going down behind the play. James just doing a good job getting some pink down and allowing their tower to get the first checkpoint as Goodra pushes all the way up with this 52 gal.
Yeah, so seemingly no problem getting past that first checkpoint, and they are setting the tone for this map. They are going to be having to jump out as some of these Blue Glaucus players are now pushing forward. Oh, and a really nice double there by Splixel. They've really been killing it this set. And now Third is trying to avoid going down from this, from the Inkjet, and they will be going down. Tower is now back at mid. 2 players down on Surf and Turf as Blue Glaucus is able to take it for the first time this game.
Riding tower here, looking for an opportunity. They are going to hop out as the jump comes in. Now paired with Splixel on this top right, looking for an opportunity. Tower, though, under a little bit of pressure by a Tri-Slash. They are going to go down. Now a 4v3 situation as they look to extend their push. 4v2 as the junior goes down as well. That's no armor from the side of Surf and Turf. Booyah coming out, but it's barely gonna find a pick on the L3. Now as Splixel is forced to look for tower, they're gonna go down as well. A nice defense from Surf and Turf, stalling it down to now a delayed wipe.
Yep, delayed wipe, so that's crucial for Surf and Turf if they want to try and extend their lead. And again, they don't have to get past this first checkpoint. They already did it, so they're going to be pushing it with the help of the Serene. Corey going to be trying to flank from the right side, but one of the players is caught. Ooh, they're going to go down to that. The buoy bomb is going to get shredded. 3 players attacking it there, but that is enough to get to the second checkpoint. If you just want to be distraction, that's great, because guess what? They are so close to getting past the second checkpoint. I thought they were going to be able to do it, but oh, they did. That kind of surprised me. I didn't think it would happen.
And what that means for Surf and Turf now is that if they can get one wipe and one good push, they might be at that third checkpoint. They might be looking at that knockout win. Splixel now not wanting that to happen, pushing up this left side. It's a really good position for them. Hopefully they don't give it up too soon as they now look for paint. They are going to drop the finding a pick on that junior. They are going to. Now another one with that auto bomb. Finding a pick on third. That's one of the Tri-Sloshers. Surf and Turf looking for defense, holding this top left area. But Splixel just terrorizing this upper area. A 4v2 situation. His first checkpoint does fall swag on this tower, trying to get some paint behind, looking for their armor to get ready.
Bulgakus is approaching the second checkpoint now, trying to get it to take the lead. They need to get all the way through it, and we see a 3v3, but this Tri-Slosher, one of them coming in hot, coming in, getting some picks, throwing the rain too. I don't think this tower is really going anywhere forward right now, as it is going back to mid, and it is a back and forth match between these two teams. Sometimes they're near the tower, sometimes they're nowhere near the tower, and Blue Glaucus is down 2 players right now. Surf and Turf trying to take more control of mid. We see the junior now building up some armor, going to be using it as we have under 2 minutes remaining, and Blue Glaucus is now back on the tower, even though they don't really have the player advantage. Tower now back at mid, no specials being used right now. Let's see which team can really get a bunch of picks first before they take the tower.
Yeah, tower in the favor of Blue Glaucus as they're looking for a push here. Kyo, that bomb rush now expiring, trying to find an opportunity. But look at these tri-slashers, how they just rain terror on tower. A 2v2 situation as Corey finds a nice pick of that ink shot, but their Booyah Bomb is going to call out their landing. And now Surfer holds on to their lead a little bit longer. 1 minute left in this game. Goodra looking for an opportunity on this left side, just putting some paint down, not wanting to get surprised.
We already have 13 kills from one of these sloshers on the side of Surf and Turf. So they've been doing a really good job just getting those picks. And again, the turf here is just very yellow, favoring Surf and Turf very much so as they have the lead. And Tower hasn't moved at all in a hot minute, but they are 2 players down now. So this is going to be Blue House's chance to try and take this lead, or at least push the tower up some. And they are, as they're now trying to lock out one of the sloshers, and they are still have a 2-player advantage. This is really nice if you're Blue Houses.
Yeah, Splixel just, going back and forth, trying to find where the best place for them is. The BR is going to come out, not quite find a pick on Swag, but it's going to allow Goodra to find a pick on Splixel. Now Swag looking for an opportunity, and alone, 96 gal in mid, trying to use their range. 52 gal is going to call them out though. 20 seconds left. All they need to do is hold on to mid, play a little bit of splat zones as Splixel jumps in and goes down. 15 seconds left. Surf and Turf feels like they have this in the bag, and they are playing like they need it.
Yeah, having the map control, having the player advantage, and having the tower on Blue Glucos's side, it is really favoring them. But guess what? They are able to take the tower, so we will be going into overtime. But here we go, GG Booyah Bomb. But, ooh, the person throwing it gets shredded. And they're now going to be hopping on the tower. So that is going to be the game. A very, very close. I mean, up until the end, but Surf and Turf really doing a good job taking control. And we're tied at 2-2.
Here's the thought. Double tri-slosher. It comes out, both of us are a little bit surprised. I think back to a couple of weeks ago, the Australian special on Rainmaker, seeing double Sploosh 7. Using these counter picks as an opportunity to show your preparation, as an opportunity to show what you have practiced, is working. I mean, the double tri-slosher gives them that, honestly, what I saw in the first half of that game, a dominant win. And surprising your opponent in a way that we haven't been able to see before. Counter picks have only come into style in the last 8 months. So game 5, as Blue Glaucus has a pick of their own, maybe wanting to show their experimentation, their prep, and show what they have hidden, even after the second time these 2 opponents have faced off in a grand finals in the last 2 weeks.
And this is what we saw in our previous set. This is a literal back and forth. Up until game 5, they had traded their wins every single time. But look how close some of these sets are with the entire bracket. We have Ink in the system. They won 3-2, but then went down to Blue Klaus's 3-2. So they're used they're used to these really close matches. Surf and Turf, on the other hand, they went 3-0 in their semis. So this is something that might be out of their territory. But it looks like we are going to go to Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, and a map that the Blue Glaucuses have lost on in this set, but definitely feels like a very different map in how it's played in Rainmaker. The map almost feels like an S shape rather than 2 U's looking at each other. And so really wanting to play this fast-paced game, not wanting to get caught with those slow tower pushes or the slow tick of a Splat Zones timer. They took Clam Blitz and they took it in this fashion of throwing what felt like a million clams in all at once. Those fast pushes are where they are strongest, and they want to use that here.
Yeah, I like what you said. They're able to take it at their own pace rather than tower control, rather than Splat Zone. So let's see if we see something similar to Clam Blitz. Here we go. Let's jump into game 5.
Ori with a Inkjet Squiffer. That's going to be an interesting pick, one we have not seen so far this set. But Surrender sticking with their double try, knowing what Humpback is and knowing that those tri-slushers love to stay in mid. And third, pushing all the way up, going to find a pick on Corey, knowing their place already, looking for another one on Splixel as they pick up the Rainmaker and push it right. Look at how all of Blue Glaucus is on the left side here. Steven sees this opportunity. He's just going to grab it and move. Now painting up. Corey is alone playing defense. Goodra now finally there, but missiles come out, and that's going to stall Steven's push, but not before getting all the way to 37. An admirable push, especially when you're effectively alone on this map.
Yeah, Steven made the right call. They are taking it to the right side, seeing, hey, there's nobody on defense. Oh, and a very nice double by one of the members from Surf and Turf. But unfortunately for them, there was nobody there to support. So getting to 37 is great, but it unfortunately wasn't maybe a push that they were really hoping for, as now Swag is going to be taking it up this right side. Has the support, but also has some missiles that are targeted on them, having to bring it back down to mid. Just one Jet Squatcher down on the side of Surf and Turf. So Blue Glaus is now trying to push forward. Can they get past? But this Tri-Slosher in a really good spot, pushing up against this Rainmaker, trying to get close enough, and they are going to go down. 2 players down on Surf and Turf, 1 player down on Blue Glosses.
Yeah, you know, you'd be surprised. Oh, wow. Oh, Splix looking at a nice pick on the Tri-Slosher there. Now looking to continue the push of their own. They're alone, and the Splat Bomb is going to call them out, and they're going to back up here. But, I mean, good job wanting to stall that for a little bit longer. What I was trying to say, you'd be surprised how often Rainmakers in a corner like that are able to pull a trade out. So James, they're staying alive for as long as they did. Honestly, was impressive. Now Surf and Turf still on this defense, waiting for the Rainmaker to reset as James is taking the left side and ready to pop it. Missiles come out. It's going to spread Surf and Turf around a little bit, but not going to be enough to stall the reset as one Tri-Slosher goes down. A 3v3 situation as a Tetra's on respawn.
Yeah, Rainmaker's going to reset. We do see some Inkstorm pushing in towards the Rainmaker at mid, and these teams are just going a full 4v4. Nobody has solid control just yet, but we do see Blue Galkuses now pushing up, taking this Rainmaker, trying to extend past 65 from where they were before. But we do see where the Tri-Slosher is third. They're at mid. They are targeting Kyo, who's the person holding the Rainmaker. So now one of their players able to push back and try and support them. 2 players down on Surf and Turf, so this is going to be really good for Blue Glaucuses.
Yeah, 4v2 situation. Splixel pushing all the way up, looking for an opportunity. James, though, going down. A 3v3 situation as Inkjet comes out for the Blue Glaucuses. That's going to be huge for them. They can find the picks. A 2v2 now. Just Kyo with this Rainmaker here, looking for an opportunity. They are going to go down to Goodra on the V-Jet. Their push now stalled. Lead held by Surf and Turf on that 37 in the first minute.
Yeah, both of these teams are not really taking any chances on taking it up the left side. They're being very more conservative than what I expected from what we saw in Clan Blitz too. But I guess it all depends on the positioning of your players and your enemy team. But here we go. Blue Glaucuses, they are able to take the lead, pushing it to 31. They have 2 players down, but they are able to get the pop again. So now Kia's going to avoid. Oh, they are going to be picking up the Rainmaker, staying alive, trying to hop in that rail just to maybe fake out some of these players. And it's just a junior alive for Surf and Turf.
Even has to hold this Rainmaker pop from below, and they're going to do a good job at it, allowing Goodra to respawn and get some more control. The Rainmaker now pops, painting that rail, and Blue Glaucuses are going to go for it. Go down instantly, though. Not getting more points. 22, though, is very strong on this map, especially when you're counting below double digits or triple digits in your timer.
And we have just over a minute remaining. James has the Rainmaker now trying to take it on this right side. Again, they don't have the lead, but this is it's a troubling spot if they were to get splatted. They are going to be taking it just past that little ledge there, and 3 players down on Surf and Turf. So now Blue Glaucus is able to push up a little more. They pick up the Rainmaker, and now they might be taking it up the left side. Let's see, but some of these players are here, especially the Tri-Slosher. Man, you cannot get up that wall if there's a Tri-Slosher there, and that could be part of the reason why they use 2 of them.
Ori with a nice Inkjet pick, now looking for some more as they play on that bottom area. 4v2 situation, make that a 3v3 as respawn got Splixel terrorizing this spawn. Rainmaker is going to go down to James there on the Tri-Slosher quite early, but some good defense here, and honestly, maybe more importantly, some really good stalling gameplay from Blue Glaucuses. 30 seconds now left. They just wasted a minute on this clock. Splixel doing a great job as a teammate there, pushing up, getting a pick, and stalling this timer.
And now about 15 seconds remaining. Goodra trying to take out some players at mid, trying to get a little more map control, but there is a lot of purple on the field. Is Surf and Turf, are they going to be able to pick up this Rainmaker in time? Let's see. We do see some bombs. They are going to be grabbing it, and it's just a Squidver alive, so this could be a really good opportunity for Surf and Turf. Steven has a Rainmaker, taking it up the right side, but we do now see some bombs coming in from Blue Glaucuses, trying to push out this Rainmaker. Some missiles coming from Surf and Turf. 3v3. We do see an Inkjet. Corey with the Inkjet trying to take down this Rainmaker. Can they do it? Not yet. 3 players down.
Oh, Steven now with the Rainmaker looking for an opportunity. They're going to go down though and not get the push they wanted. Surf and Turf playing with fire. Their only real push, a little bit cheesy in the beginning, and Blue Glaucuses called that out and punished it with a push of their own 3v2 in the set.
This is exactly what you mentioned before, but where Blue Glaucuses thrived was just holding on to that Rainmaker by that ledge. That prevented Surf and Turf from being able to pick it up. They couldn't even pick it up to reset, so it was just there for a solid minute. And that heavily favored Blue Glaucuses. We are moving on to Game 6. Blue Glaucuses winning, or they're up now 3-2 over Surf and Turf. Surf and Turf is going to have a counter pick, and if history repeats itself, they are going to be winning on their counter pick, because so far every team has.
So right now, where we're at, Blue Glaucuses needs to win one of the next 2 sets to win. Surf and Turf thus has to win on their counter pick and then win on the Blue Glaucuses counter pick, which, as you just said, so far in this set is not obtainable. You know, if we always follow the counter picks, it's the person who wins game 1 that wins the set, and that was Blue Glaucuses on Splatstone's The Reef.
Yeah, so we'll see what they choose, and luckily now we have seen every map mode combo, so I think what you mentioned, we could see Splat Zones again, is that correct?
We have hit all 4.
We've seen every mode, yeah.
We should be able to see Splat Zones, however, we will be Servant will not be able to pick Splat Zones pump track, because that's what they won on, and they choose to go to Rainmaker Blackbelly Skate Park, according to our storyline so far, at least, playing into the hands of the Blue Glaucuses.
You know, I always love it when the same mode repeats, because it's like, hey, we were really close on that previous game. I want to do that same mode. I think we have something up our sleeve and we can get that win. And I mean, Surf and Turf, they were close. They were really close, but Blue Glaucuses, again, just having that Rainmaker kind of on the left side just benefited them so much, and it was hard for Surf and Turf to really find their footing after that. And I think in Blackbelly, you know, there's a lot of ledges that the Rainmaker can just kind of like be under as well. So I wonder if that will be kind of a strategy, like, hey, let's push it up, and then we just gotta prevent them from popping it even.
Yeah, I mean, I touched on this earlier, but these 2 teams did go to Gamma Bracket Finals in the last low ink. So a rivalry here starting. These 2 teams fighting to get this win and really prove who's superior here. You know, that was only a week ago, so not a lot of time to improve and go back to the drawing board, but clearly a 3-1 result from that low ink is a lot different than the 3-2 we are right now, especially in a best of 7 versus a best of 5. On a different note, Falco, I feel like our pronunciation of Blue Glaucuses has shifted throughout this set. So maybe a refresher of how to pronounce it.
When I try to say it as fast as I can, I butcher it every time. But Glaucuses, I believe, is what we're looking for. But let's
coming out with a double try still, and a comp we've seen from them before with that 52 gal and Junior opting not to go for a backline. The Blue Glaucuses having a Squeezer and Nautilus, 2 midline weapons. Armors out from both juniors on this map. Splixel looking for an opportunity in this T area.
Yes, ooh, that was a very nice shred by Splixel, but they are going to be staying alive now, going down to the junior. Blue Glaucuses pick up the Rainmaker, not able to take it very far, and it's just a junior who's alive. So Surf and Turf trying to capitalize on this, get to this Rainmaker, pick it up, just try and push it as far as you can right now, and they will be taking it up this right side. Steven's been picking up this Rainmaker quite a bit as they are now being locked out. Ooh, and it's just them who's alive. How long can they stay alive, getting all the way to 77, but not before getting a few picks?
No, it's interesting that you call out Steven as the carrier of the Rainmaker. When we last saw Blue Glaucuses on stream, we had seen Splixel, I know that's the team, carrying really for the time. And so far this set, or these last sets, we've seen that shift to Swag, the junior here, though. Splixel picking it up again here. So maybe a little bit of commentator's curse there as they push the Rainmaker to 78, not quite able to find the lead they wanted.
Yeah, not quite yet, as they are. It's such a hard way to take it up this left side if you're on offense. Now James going to be picking up the Rainmaker, quickly going to go down as Blue Glaucuses able to try and push forward, but that nice Blue Bomb is going to push some of those players out. Splixel's still alive and on the other side of the map as well, as they are now trying to pop and pick up this Rainmaker. I thought Corey would have been able to pick it up there. It looks like they won't. Maybe one of their other teammates will, because they were very close. They needed to take the lead, and now it's going to be picked up by a member of Blue Glaucus's. Keo has it. Can they move down to take the lead? But ooh, getting the junior. That was a very, very nice pick. And having to avoid each player one at a time before taking the lead, but 2 players down on Surf and Turf. They need to push this forward.
Forced to rotate into mid, though. They're going to be met by third, the Tri-Slosher here, who is going to struggle to find a pick as the Squeezer calls them out. Now forced to back up into this little mini pipe area. A dogfight in mid, but with Kyo and the Rainmaker, their timer's ticking. With 15 ticks left, they're not going to be able to really make anything of this yet, even though this left side is open, though maybe just barely able to find the lead. And more.
Goodness, look at this.
37, 30, 25. Oh, they're going to get a KO.
Oh, so close.
A 3v3 situation. Surf and Turf needs to hold on here. A 2v2 situation without special advantage.
So I'll admit, it looked like it was a lost cause for Keo as they had to back up, and they were in the no retreat zone, even getting past a -77. But look at that, they were able to sprint forward, going down to people playing catch up, getting all the way to 2. So right now, Surf and Turf, they are going to have to basically get this knockout if they want to win. So that definitely changes the idea for Blue Glaucus's and their play style. This is incredible. But now third has the Rainmaker 4v4. We do see a splashdown taking down a gal, but the Rainmaker is now going to go down, and just to try Slosher alive, Surf and Turf getting it all the way to 61.
Blixel getting the clutch pick there as Surf and Turf had so much momentum coming off of their picks, moving up that left side, but now the Rainmaker cemented in pink ink. 2 players, Blixel and Kyo, watching it. These 2 Tri-Sloshers without a lot of range are going to struggle to look at, especially as the inkjet comes out from Blue Glaucus's third now, the last one alive in this left side alley area, trying to find a pick on Kyo from that respawn. They are going to find it, a 3v3 situation though, as the junior goes down somewhere else on the map.
So Rainmaker is still at mid, and both teams just really trying to get some picks before picking up the Rainmaker. Surf and Turf able to pop the barrier, waiting for some of their team members to come in. Corey and Splixel on the side of Blue Glaucus is trying to push forward as well. We have just over a minute remaining in this match. Third is going to be picking up the Rainmaker, but is quickly going to go down, along with another member of Surf and Turf. 1 player down on Blue Glaucus's, and now once again just a Tri-Slosher alive for Surf and Turf. They are spotted by the Squeezer and now taken down. So Blue Glaucus is going to be picking up this Rainmaker and trying to push it up, potentially on this right side.
Corey playing some very solid gameplay though, moving up the right side a little bit quickly into 2 respawns. Swag now having grabbed the Rainmaker, this junior player, that's going to be no armor for their team, but I mean, able to play this so passively with 30 seconds left, and Kyo playing skirmisher on that top right area. Just good draw on the right side. Corey now in mid with Swag. Blue Glaucus has to just hold this Rainmaker for 20 more seconds. I'm not sure what their timer is looking like, though they looks like they are forcing it forward as they are running out of time. A 3v3 situation, special advantage in the favor of Surf and Turf. They need to be looking for opportunities to make an overtime push right now as Armor and Booyah comes out. Splitsville going down. That's a huge pick for good draw.
And we have 5 seconds remaining. This Rainmaker is going to need to be popped very, very quickly. Are they going to be able to do it? No!
Oh.
Surf and Turf not able to get the pop in time. Your little Squid League champions are the Blue Glaucuses.
Yeah, an Ocean 7 team taking this W. Blue Glaucus 4-2, proving themselves a little bit better than Surf and Turf, but a rivalry forming nonetheless. You know, the second time these 2 teams have faced off, Blue Glaucus taking Little Squid League 19.
What an incredible game for them. And the first back-to-back game win of this set. Again, we saw back and forth, but finally Blue Glaucus is able to take the win, winning 4-2 over Surf and Turf. This has been an absolutely incredible set, Brush.
Yeah, and I mean, on Rainmaker, a counter picking like that, as we had spoken about, Blue Glaucus knowing how to play on their own terms, that ultimately gave them the W. Hey, these 2 teams, you know, as they grow out of low level, we're going to see them continue to play with their comps, play with what they know. Both these 2 teams, you know, not shying away from interesting ideas. Double Tri-Slosher for Surf and Turf. Blue Glaucus with a 96 gal, no support. And seeing how that grows and changes as they get better and get stronger.
Yeah, and we love to see it because those are always the teams that are so entertaining to watch and always just like make our jaw drop. Like we had a lot of people in chat, including myself, just when they came out with the double Tri-Slosher, like, oh my goodness, like this is incredible. Let's see how well they work together. And it's just been so fun watching these 2 teams.
For sure. I'm gonna get a little bit sentimental here for a moment. Being able to commentate a tournament like this and have so much fun with you on the mic, Falco, has been an honor. There's so much stuff going on in the world right now. There always is. But being able to sit down here, our players, everyone who joined this tournament, being able to set a couple hours aside, escape the rest of everything, and just sit down and play some Splatoon, something we all love, has been so much fun to watch and so much fun to see. I know we're all going through some craziness right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been an incredible team behind the scenes that you guys haven't really been interacting with, but Jub, the person producing this stream, they have been absolutely incredible. And all these fun overlays that you see, just look at all these, well, first of all these commentators, they are pretty cool, but look at the very top there, look at Jub. Jub has done such amazing things with Little Squid League, and we always love to see what they have up their sleeve.
Alrighty, well, let's take this thing home. We should have a raid here to Nishireal? Falco, you might know better than I do.
I do not know better than you do.
So there you go.
Yeah.
We have a raid coming up here shortly. Thank you everyone to coming out. Thank you, Price and Rob, for having us on the mic. Jub, once again, for being our wonderful streamer, producer, and graphic designer. We'll catch you all soon. Thank you so much for being here.